privileged to welcome the Organization for Social Development to the 10th National CSR Summit. As it is said that the cities of the 21st century are where human destiny will be played out and where the future of the biosphere will be determined. We need to understand design and sustainability in a larger context. A chair in a room in a house in a community, and a community in a city. Hence, to talk about this issue is the need of the hour. This CSR summit is but a great platform to discuss the enablement of sustainable cities and urban communities through corporate social responsibility. Before we move forward, let me first acknowledge the presence of our eminent guest. I'm elated to extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Krishan Gurjar, Honorable Union Minister of State Power and Heavy Industries. It is our utmost honor to have you here, sir. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all our dignitaries. But before we start, we would start with light. Light symbolizes the divine presence of God. Down through the ages, our Indian tradition teaches us light brings life and hope. May I now invite the chief guest and all the dignitaries to light the traditional lamps. Please, sir. Before we start this summit, I would like to call Dr. Rehan Kansuri for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Azeen. She just given that responsibility other than the opening remarks to welcome our guest with a small token of our gratitude. That is basically the presenting some small articraft with a sapling. So I would like to request the student of Shikhar to present a sapling to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Gurjar ji, who is the Honorable Minister. We have with us our guest of honor, Mr. Javed Ali Khan, who is the Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. ये इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए इनके हाथ के बनाए हुए हैं ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी को दे आर यूजिंग वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स एंड present a sapling to Mr. Deepak Dwivedi, who is the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Police India. We have with us Mr. Ratnesh, who is the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network of India. Mr. Farhat Usmani, who is the Country Head Projects Hindustan Times. We are honored to have all the guests. Thank you very much, students. I'm so thankful for all this. Shikhar Organization for Social Development is an NGO founded 20 years ago. And it was founded by alumni of Jamia Millia Islamia, a central university. And I'm also feeling proud to say that I'm also one of the alumni. And I'm so happy to see today there's a coincidence. The person who is anchoring this student of Jamia Millia, Izin, who is anchoring this program, and the dignitaries on the dais. I'm so privileged to say that our Honorable Minister is also from Jamia Millia Islamia. Mr. Javed Ali Khan is a renowned politician. He is a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. This is his second term. He is also from Jamia. Mr. Farhat Usmani, who is the country head projects of Hindustan Times, he is also from Jamia. Mr. Nadeem Akhtar, who is the CEO of this Shikhar NGO, obviously he's from Jamia. And myself is also from Jamia. So again, it is a coincidence. Yes, Professor Khan is also from Jamia. Mr. Shalabaran, who is heading current projects, is from Jamia. So basically, this is first time when we saw a lot many from Jamia. Otherwise, this is the 10th summit. We could not really gather that much of alumni from Jamia. So, sir, this is because of you. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion. So now I have to just. It has been given to me the responsibility. I recently been deputed on Pro-Vice Chancellor of Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. And Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University is knowledge partner to this summit. And I'm really happy to just inform you that we are the first university of its kind in India because it is a skill and entrepreneurship university. We have 19 campuses across Delhi. We have around 20,000 students and around 1,000 staff. And we are generally catering the masses, mostly from students are coming from government schools, low income group. That is basically our mandate, and we are just covering and making more skilled workforce, especially focused on the future workforce. So this is our mandate, and today's theme of this summit, I just would like to give you background about this CSR summit. So I would like to acknowledge Professor Kamna Sajdeva, who is the convener from Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, also for making many background material for this. Thank you, Kamna, for all your support. This is the 10th summit, and in 2013 August, there was an amendment in the New Companies Act, and that was making CSR mandatory. And Shikhar, from that day, Shikhar started the launched first National CSR Summit in 2013. And in the row, and I would like to acknowledge the support of UN Global Compact and the Global Compact Network of India, the Indian chapter of UN Global Compact. Mr. Ratnesh is with us here. They have been supporting Shikhar in organizing this National CSR Summit. This is the 10th in the row, and this is really an achievement to make 10th in the row. Even the COVID times also, we organized the National CSR Summit. And always there is a theme on one sustainable development goals, and this time the theme is enablement of sustainable cities and urban communities through corporate social responsibility. The SDG 11 is to make cities sustainable, self-reliant, inclusive, affordable, and of course, this is our duty also as a corporate, as an individual, to make this world sustainable. Recently, we heard the news. We just crossed the mark of 8 billion, and this is the global. You may call it achievement together, but the good sign is, I was just looking at the graph of growth rate of population across the world from 1950 to 2020. And then in billions, it is going up. like 8 billion is now. But the growth rate is coming down. It reached up to 2.3% growth in the population of the globe. Now it has come down to around 0.8%, which is a good sign. And another thing is, again, the challenge, we must say that India is going to be the most populous country in the world. We have crossed 1.41, and we are going to be again further. So now it is a cause of worry. Again, if you just look at the consumption, the good part is, again, we Indians, proud to say, we consume less. If you just look at the counterpart of our counterpart in America, they're 40 times ahead us in consumption. One of the studies, I'm not sure about the exact data, about different components are there in the consumption, but consumption is very high. If you just look at the sustainability in terms of, again, recently our Honorable Prime Minister set the agenda. And that agenda is net zero. And that net zero is for 2070. Even I would like to play a small presentation, or you may call it a small video, which was prepared by a very great, again, one of the former presidents of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I would like to run that. That is just for 2 minutes, sir, if you permit me. That is a letter written by somebody in 2017. It's a coincidence, or might be it was a plan strategically. Recently, in the conference of parties, earlier in the 26th conference at Glasgow, and recently 27th conference in Egypt, Honorable Prime Minister's announcement of countries' plan to go net zero by 2070, and are again another very ambitious target for 2030 also, for the 50% shifting, 50% renewable energy resources. And I'm so proud to have today the minister is with us, who is from Power and Heavy Industries. That is very much related to, again, to achieve this goal. Again, 221. Yes. So, sir, of course, we'll hear you also when you will speak, definitely. So now this is a responsibility of each and every citizens to meet that challenge of given by our Honorable Prime Minister, and that is a very ambitious target. So this is again individual's responsibility. This is again the corporate responsibility. I would like to just play that video. So this is a letter written by someone. We are in the year 2000. We are in the year 2070. The person who is writing this letter is just 50 years old, but look 85. Experienced major kidney problems because I drink very little water. I don't have much more time to live. I'm the oldest person on the earth. I remember when I was 5, there were a lot of trees, parks, beautiful gardens, long baths, and even we afford to shower for an hour. We have to clean ourselves by using disposable toilets, moisturized with mineral oil. Even now we shave our hair just to clean our heads. Before, my father used to wash his car with water that come out of the nose. Today children find it hard to believe that one ever could use water to perform such a task, to waste the water. I remember the many mornings don't waste water, but nobody paid attention. Today, river, dams, lagoons, underground water are all completely dried up or polluted. The landscape that surrounds us has turned into nothing but an immense desert. Gastrointestinal infections, skin infection, urinary tract diseases are there. Industry is paralyzed. Jobless rate reached a dramatic level. No jobs are there. Desalination plants are the main employer. They give one drinking water instead of a selfie. People are constantly being mugged for water on deserted streets. 80% of the food is synthetic. Before it was recommended that an adult drink 8 glasses of water a day. Today I am allowed to only half a glass of water. Since we cannot wash our clothes with chlorine, which increases the amount of stress, we have to go back to using septic tanks just like in the past century because of the sewage system. It's not working because of the water. People are scary. Again, big bodies. Due to the dryness of her skin, a young 20-year-old woman looks like a 40-year-old woman. Scientists are not able to get the reason of that. Lack of trees reduces the amount of oxygen. The government in Myanmar makes us pay tax for the air we breathe. 137 cubic meters per annum per day. Those who can't pay the tax are expelled from the ventilated areas. So, we are looking at the air quality nowadays, in 2020. What would happen in 2017? The average age is 35. Some countries succeeded in preserving a few islands of vegetation with their own streams. These areas are closely monitored by the army. Water has become a rare commodity, a highly sought after treasure, infinitely more valuable than gold or diamonds. Here, though, there are no more trees because it hardly ever rains, and whenever it does rain, it is acid rain that comes. There are no more seasons, climatic changes such as greenhouse effect. We need to take care of our environment, but nobody bothered at that time. When my daughter asked me to tell her about how it was when I was young, I described the beauty of the forest. I tell her about the rain, about the flowers, about how pleasurable it was to bath, to fish in the rivers and the lakes, and being able to drink as much as water as one desired. I tell her about how healthy people used to be. She asked me, Daddy, why is there anymore? I feel a lump in my throat. I had feeling guilty because I belong to the generation which did not really take care of the environment, which could have made a difference. Today, our children are paying a hefty price. So I think big round of applause to Dr. Kalam. We pay our tribute to him. So this is future. This is future. I'm just this talked about water, but we have to think about everything, all kind of resources, where to go, how to act. If you not think today, what would happen tomorrow? So this is basically the responsibility of each and everybody. And I'm so happy to just mention here that the industry, under the corporate social responsibility, have been doing a lot of many things. And today we are here to discuss those things. We have two technical sessions. We have honorable speakers are with us, and we'll deliberate upon, we'll share our best experiences, best practices in making cities sustainable. And of course, there are many practices. I do not have much time. I'm sorry, I just took some extra time of my time. Thank you very much. I welcome you all to this summit. I thank the honorable guests and our guest of honor to honor gracing this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a powerful start. The business world is becoming more environmentally and socially responsible. Customers demand it, employees demand it, partners and vendors demand it. Business sustainability is a comprehensive approach to business management that works to maximize long term economic, social, and environmental value. Sustainability aims to leave systems capable of continued existence environmentally, socially, and economically. CSR has arisen in response to the challenges the modern world faces from both the public and private sectors. Such challenges include creating a diverse and equal workforce, human rights, and workplace health and safety. Now, it will be my pleasure to call upon Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UNGCNI, for the keynote address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Gurjar ji, Union State Minister, Power and Heavy Industries, Government of India. Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, Member Parliamentary Committee Energy, Mr. Javed Ali Khan Sahab, Mr. Deepak Dwivedi, Professor R.K. Suri, Farhat Usmani ji, Aditi Gulyal ji, और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के रास्ते पे चलने वाले मेरे सभी सहयात्रियों, a very good morning from UN Global Compact India. I have recently joined, but I have heard about this partnership between Shikhar and UN Global Compact Network India, and I am very proud of it that we have been together in this journey for the last 10 years, and I hope that we will continue till 2030 doing our job in our own small way. And the video that you showed, it was really, it was not to scare us, but make us ponder that what are we doing with our resources? जो हमारे पास है, उसकी कदर नहीं कर रहे हैं, और कल जब नहीं होगा तो क्या नज़ारा होगा और किस तरह की हालात होंगे, उसका एक झरोखा आपने दिया. एंड सोचिए कि केवल वाटर का ही है, there are all other aspects. There are forests, there are mines. So rampant use of resources is something which has to be discontinued, and we have to. Which eco are you?
2 मिनट सर.
इसको स्विच ऑफ कर देंगे.
हाँ सर, 1 मिनट के लिए बस.
But unless it becomes a mass movement, mass awareness about the dangers of the path that we have taken of rampant abuse of natural resources, that is what needs to be addressed. So while I'm praising your efforts, one single-use plastic bottles is what is rattling me. So next event, let us discontinue the single-use plastic bottles, because ODG has given this clarion call to all of us to discontinue its use. So let us contribute to the national cause and bring glass bottles or any other. But still, plastic is something which gives the wrong message. Okay. Now, as we are all aware, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted in 2015 and it got reiterated. And all the targets, indicators, fulfillment of goals, and on SDG 11, I think we are going to have a very detailed discussion today in the technical session. So this is an aware audience, so I will not go into those details. But since the emergence of these SDGs and the discourse, there has been response from the corporate sector because they were, I mean, the Addis Ababa Declaration clearly mentioned the role of private sector was key. And parallel to it, we also had an enabling framework where CSR was made mandatory by the Indian government for all corporates above a certain size with profits of a certain stipulation. So, and then gradually that act was amended to make it more and more focused towards actual work in the field with the people. So these parallel developments have really put the spotlight on the CSR efforts, and that has been the topic assigned to me, that what is the interconnection between SDG achievement and CSR. And a lot of research has gone into it because the amounts involved are huge. So I would use this opportunity to share a typology with you which has been developed based on research by European and Asian researchers. And they say that there are 5 types. The responses form a continuum from a very intensive incorporation of the SDGs, resulting in more advantages, sustainable advantages for the wider community and achievement of the 2030 agenda. From the very intensive engagement, it also, some companies use it for cherry picking and retrofitting whatever they actually are doing originally, even without the SDG agenda, just locate it within that 17 goal set. So there is a whole range. First and foremost is rainbow washing. So we are all aware of the greenwashing. So rainbow washing is what I just mentioned, that only focus on where the company has a positive contribution and highlight that. Then the second typology says supporting business as usual. So adjust the SDGs to fit your normal operations and use SDGs as a communication or branding tool. Now, third is slightly more intense, is adding new initiative and strategies. So you already have a base of what you do, and you add certain activities or strategies to address to the new demands. And fourth is philanthropy. So basically, you give back to the community some items of common use or common application. Again, this is no value judgment on all of these are required and are very, very commendable. But when you say you have to implement the SDG agenda, then the last and the final, it has to be used strategically in your core business. And that is the key. So you have to take strategic and long-term actions with qualitative targets to monitor the effort and progress. And you have to bring about a change in the mindset in your business model to address these new imperatives. And it will definitely say moving away from business as usual. So it cannot be that you achieve the SDG agenda just by adding certain activities, but you have to rethink the entire thing, how we are contributing to the people's progress, the planet's, halting the planet's destruction, and achieving more sustainable and more inclusive growth. So SDGs have to be intertwined throughout the entire organization and implemented into long-term business models. So that is the statement I would like to highlight from this podium, and all of you are business leaders and community engagement thought leaders here. So the benefits of this approach is that it creates a shared value, which allows not only for the company to increase its economic value, but also it requires designing of new product lines, new ways of production, so that it uses less and less of the natural resources and it is more and more efficient. So this is what, so economic, it need not be a trade-off, it can be a complementary activity that you also make more money while being more efficient and using less resources, wasting less resources. So that is the mindset you have to adopt through the entire company. Like we say, whole of government approach, similarly, whole of company approach is required. It's nothing new. For the past 7 decades, there are a lot of companies who are practicing it, but we need to turn the tide that more and more companies, and there's also a parallel encouraging movement in some parts of the world where customers have also responded. They are also paying attention to how it is, how the raw materials are being sourced, how the labor is being paid or not. Are these informations available publicly or not? Is the company ethically responsible or not? So all these are small but significant steps. So from the demand side also, as well as from the supply side, if we move in tandem synergistically, and that is where the role of UN Global Compact and Shikhar Organization comes in very centrally, because we have to create awareness, we have to convene without any agenda. We do not represent any specific agenda or any specific industrial house. We belong to all of you. So once we try to raise that awareness and convene that platform, I think gradually and slowly there will be a change in the whole mindset, and companies will adopt these new uh, modes of thinking and operating. Otherwise, it's difficult. We will have some gains, but the kind of ambitious agenda that humanity has adopted itself to reach by 2030, that will be very difficult. However, to end this, I will end on a very positive note. The past 2 years of pandemic showed that how private sector can rise up to the occasion. The whole country was one in fighting this battle, and that is a lesson that we can do. If we can do it during Corona, we can also do it later on, and let's not slip back to business as usual. So that is my message. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, sir, for your empowering words. CSR arose from an awareness that business functions within a broader framework amid a complexity of interactions and relations between multiple stakeholder groups. Building good relations is crucial through engagement and dialogue. This not only minimizes social risks to a business, but also supports progressive development, creates value via good brand image, and gives organizations a competitive edge. On that note, I would like to take the opportunity to call upon Mr. Javed Ali Khan, MT Rajya Sabha, to share a few words with us.
माननीय मंत्री जी, जैसी सभी सम्मानित जन और इस हॉल में विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए साथी और मित्रों, मैं आपका ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, क्योंकि मुझे एक बहुत जरूरी मीटिंग में मेरी पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की बैठक है, जिस मंत्रालय के आप मंत्री हैं, पावर के, उसी से रिलेटेड कमेटी का मैं मेंबर हूँ, एनर्जी का। उसकी 11 बजे मीटिंग है, और वहाँ जो अभी नवीकरण ऊर्जा के बारे में यहाँ चल रहा था, आज इस मिनिस्ट्री के प्रतिनिधि कमेटी को अपनी उपलब्धियों के बारे में, गतिविधियों के बारे में रिपोर्ट करेंगे, और हम लोग उनसे जानकारी हासिल करेंगे कि कोल एनर्जी पर जो आधारित हमारी विद्युत व्यवस्था है, जो निश्चित रूप से हमारे वातावरण को प्रदूषित करती है, उससे बचने का वर्तमान में एक उपाय आया है, वो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, नवीकरण ऊर्जा सबसे ज्यादा कारगर उपाय है। तो उसकी क्या प्रगति है, क्योंकि 2030 तक ये लक्ष्य रखा गया है कि हम भारत में जितनी बिजली की खपत होती है, उसकी आधी खपत हम नवीकरण ऊर्जा से हासिल करेंगे। तो उस बैठक में भी मुझे जाना है। मैं बधाई देता हूँ शिखर के कार्यकर्ताओं को, उसके सीईओ को, नदीम भाई को, मेरे पड़ोसी भी हैं, और ये शिखर संगठन जब बना था तो जहां मैं रहता हूँ उसी गली में मेरे सामने वाले मकान में ही इसका बोर्ड लगा था। मैंने पूछा कि ये क्या चीज है शिखर, तो मुझे पता चला कि नवीन जो हमारे जामिया के साथी हैं इन्होंने ये एक एनजीओ बनाया है। तो जब तो मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये शिखर इतनी तरक्की करेगा और इतना बड़ा एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनेगा कि इससे देश के बड़े बड़े संस्थान एसोसिएट होंगे, इससे जुड़ेंगे और मिलजुल करके गतिविधियों को कोऑर्डिनेट करेगा। लेकिन मैं नदीम अख्तर को और शिखर के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं। और आप जितने भी लोग यहाँ सतत विकास के लिए चिंतित हैं और अपने अपने कंपनियों से, अपने अपने हाउसेस से सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, उनका इस योजना में सहयोग करते हैं, इस लक्ष्य में सहयोग करते हैं, उन सबको भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। क्योंकि विकास एक ऐसी प्रक्रिया है जिसके बारे में कोई सरकार चाहे, कोई एक कॉरपोरेट हाउस चाहे, कोई सरकारी कंपनी चाहे कि वो विकास कर देगी, तो करना संभव नहीं है जब तक कि उसके अंदर जन भागीदारी ना हो। हम राजनीतिक लोग जब किसी चीज में भागीदारी करने की बात करते हैं तो ये माना जाता है आमतौर पे कि ये राजनीतिक लोग हैं, ये अपने राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए ही कोई ऐसा काम कर रहे हैं। इवन सरकारें जो अच्छी योजनाएं चलाती हैं तो उनके बारे में भी यही कहा जाता है कि इससे राजनीतिक लाभ होगा, जबकि उनकी बुनियादी जिम्मेदारी होती है कि अच्छी योजनाएं चला जिससे देश का, जनता का, लोगों का विकास हो। लेकिन वो राजनीतिक छाप उसके अंदर रहती जरूर है। लेकिन आप लोग जिन क्षेत्रों से आते हैं, अगर आप इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए अपना योगदान देते हैं तो उस पूरी मुहिम की गंभीरता बढ़ जाती है। हालांकि अब तो कानून बन चुका है कि जो व्यापार करते हैं, बिजनेस करते हैं, उन्हें अपने लाभ का एक अंश सीएसआर के माध्यम से जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं पर या डेवलपमेंटल स्कीम पर खर्च करना ही होगा। लेकिन जब हमारे देश के अंदर कानून नहीं था तब भी जो निजी क्षेत्र में व्यापारी थे, उद्योगपति थे, ट्रेडर्स थे, वो बड़े बड़े काम करते थे। आज जितने भी पुराने इंटर कॉलेजेस लेवल के 12वीं तक के या ग्रेजुएशन लेवल के जितने भी कॉलेजेस हम देखते हैं वो सब लोगों के योगदान से, उस वक्त भी सोसाइटी बनते थे, उनके योगदान से बने हुए हैं। बहुत पुराने पुराने संस्थान जो विद्या के क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बड़े नामी हैं, काम कर रहे हैं। इवन हम जिस यूनिवर्सिटी से आते हैं, ये यूनिवर्सिटी भी लोगों ने बनाई थी बगैर सरकारी मदद के, बल्कि जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया तो सरकारी मदद का बहिष्कार करके, अंग्रेजों की सरकार से जो मदद यूनिवर्सिटी को मिलती थी, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में मिलती थी, उसका बहिष्कार करके जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया वजूद में आई थी। ऐसी बहुत सी संस्थाएं हैं हमारे कस्बों में, गांवों में, छोटे शहरों में, पुरानी संस्थाएं जो बिना इस बात की परवाह किए हुए कि इससे लाभ होगा या नहीं होगा, बल्कि अपने लाभ से सामाजिक सरोकार को मानते हुए उन्होंने शिक्षा संस्थान स्थापित किए थे। बड़े बड़े व्यापारियों ने या ट्रेडर्स ने या जो उद्योगपति थे उन लोगों ने। लेकिन अब एक चलन ये हो गया है कि कुछ ऐसी चीजें जो लाभ के लिए नहीं होनी चाहिए, जैसे अस्पताल है या शैक्षिक संस्थान है, वो भी अब लाभ कमाने का केंद्र बन गए हैं। तो मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से ये निवेदन भी करूंगा इस वक्त पर कि जो चीजें प्योरली सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज में आती हैं उन्हें कम से कम कोई कानून बना करके इस श्रेणी में रखा जाए कि उससे लाभ अर्जित करने का प्रयास लोग न करें। जब एक कानून आप ये बना सकते हैं कि जो लाभ के लिए संस्थाएं काम करती हैं, बिजनेस व्यापार करते हैं, वो अपने लाभांश का कुछ हिस्सा सामाजिक विकास के लिए या जनता के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए खर्च करेंगे, तो जिन संस्थाओं का या जिन क्षेत्रों का मकसद ही सामाजिक सेवा है, सामाजिक उत्थान है, उस क्षेत्र के अंदर जो गतिविधियां हो उनसे लाभ अर्जित करने पर भी रोक लगनी चाहिए। मैं शिक्षा संस्थानों और चिकित्सा संस्थानों की बात कर रहा हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आप लोगों ने इस अवसर पर हमें बुलाया। हमारे और दूसरे साथी भी यहाँ हैं। हम व्यक्तिगत हैसियत से आपके गतिविधियों में, आपके कामों में जो सहयोग हमसे आप कभी अपेक्षा करेंगे और हम उस लायक होंगे, निश्चित रूप से उस पर खरे उतरने का प्रयास करेंगे। और जो कुछ भी राजनीतिक स्तर पर, मंत्री जी यहाँ बैठे ही हैं, हमारे साथी भी हैं इत्तेफाक से और हमारे मित्र भी हैं, और आज ये मंत्री हैं, हम एमपी हैं, ये सत्ता पक्ष के हैं, हम विपक्ष के हैं। अगर इनसे भी कोई सवाल पूछना हो तो आप हमारे माध्यम से आधिकारिक रूप से भी इनसे कोई प्रश्न पूछने के लिए आपको अवसर है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Moving ahead, I would like to request Mr. Deepak Dwivedi, sir, to say a few words. Please, sir.
आज के इस भव्य समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि केंद्र सरकार के मंत्री आदरणीय कृष्णपाल गुर्जर जी, माननीय सांसद जावेद अली खान साहब, प्रो वाइस चांसलर और इस शिखर संस्था की बैकबोन प्रोफेसर रेहान सूरी जी, यूएन ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट जो हर सामाजिक संस्था में यूएन के सभी आर में सबसे आगे रहता है, उसके एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर श्री झा जी, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के श्री फरहत उस्मानी साहब, आदित्य दयाल जी, और इस संस्था को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना दिन रात समय देने वाले श्री नदीम अख्तर साहब और हमारे सम्मानित आमंत्रित अतिथि, इस कार्यक्रम में जो भी हमारे विभिन्न संस्थाओं के प्रतिनिधि हैं और कार्यकर्ता हैं, सभी का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। 21 वर्ष हो गए इस शिखर संस्था को समाज की सेवा में अपना योगदान देती है। मैं उस समय से इस संस्था से जुड़ा हूं जब दिल्ली के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में गरीब और असहाय बच्चों को न पढ़ने के लिए किताबें थी, न बैठने के लिए स्थान। तो रेहान सूरी साहब और नदीम अख्तर जी ने सबसे पहला चयन पुलिस स्टेशन के लिए किया, पुलिस संस्थाओं का किया, पुलिस थानों के, कि आप हमको स्थान दें, हम रिसोर्स लाएंगे, वहां पर लाइब्रेरी बनाएंगे। धीरे धीरे करके वो कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ा और इतना सफल कार्यक्रम हुआ कि पुलिस थानों के अंदर क्षेत्र के गरीब बच्चों को, असहाय बच्चों को, जरूरतमंद बच्चों को पढ़ने की अच्छी लाइब्रेरी की व्यवस्था और वहां संसाधनों की व्यवस्था, ये हमारे देश में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान का एक ऐतिहासिक मॉडल। हम सारे लोग समाज के अलग अलग तरीके से समाज की सेवा करने का प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन कुछ प्रयास ऐसे होते हैं जिनसे हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं। उनमें से शिखर एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसने अपनी मौजूदगी धरातल पर बहुत मजबूती से दर्ज कराई। इसका दायित्व अब सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं है कि वो समाज सेवा तक ही सीमित रहे, उसका लक्ष्य उनके कार्यकर्ता हैं उनको भी इस बात का ट्रेनिंग दें कि समाज सेवा में और अच्छा सुधार कैसे लाया जा सकता है। आज की तारीख में समाज सेवा एक फैशनेबल ट्रेंड भी बन गया है, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सवाल इस चीज का है कि समाज सेवा धरातल पर होनी चाहिए। समाज सेवा बहुत सारे लोग करते हैं, करना चाहिए, करना चाहिए, लेकिन जो बेनिफिशियरी है उनका प्रदर्शन जरूर होना चाहिए। मैं यूनाइटेड नेशंस की हर कार्यक्रम में इस बात को कहता हूं, यूनाइटेड नेशंस का लक्ष्य समाज के सबसे अंतिम व्यक्ति की मदद करना है, लेकिन उस व्यक्ति का चेहरा भी सामने उस मीटिंग में होना चाहिए जो अंतिम व्यक्ति जिसने लाभ पाया। आज कितने गौरव की बात है कि G20 जैसे संगठन की अध्यक्षता प्रेसिडेंसी भारतवर्ष को मिली और जिस धमाकेदार और जिस मजबूती के साथ हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री को इसकी अध्यक्षता सौंपी गई है, तो सारे दुनिया के अखबार 3 दिन से बता रहे हैं कि जो G20 की स्थिति आज यूनाइटेड नेशन से कहीं आगे निकल, क्योंकि वहां पर भारत को विश्व निर्माता के रूप में, राष्ट्र निर्माता से बढ़कर विश्व निर्माता के रूप में देखा जा रहा है। सिर्फ विश्व गुरु के ही रूप में नहीं, जो G20 ने, हिंदुस्तान ने जो उसकी प्राथमिकताएं जो तय की हैं, वो वही सारी प्राथमिकताएं हैं जो हम सभी समाजसेवी संस्थाएं हिंदुस्तान में धरातल पर करके आम आदमी को मजबूत बनाने की दिशा में, चाहे शिक्षा की बात हो, चाहे स्वास्थ्य की बात हो, क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात हो, एनर्जी की बात हो, देश के आम नागरिक को मजबूत बनाने के लिए जो प्रयत्न हिंदुस्तान कर रहा है, उसको वैश्विक पटल पर, ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पर ले जाने के लिए G20 का जो एक मानक, मापदंड और प्रोटोकॉल तैयार किया गया है, वो हिंदुस्तान का अद्वितीय है और अनपैरेलल। अगले वर्ष 20 देशों के हजारों से ज्यादा प्रतिनिधि, 193 से ज्यादा देशों के प्रतिनिधि इस कार्यक्रम में शरीक होने विभिन्न स्तरों पर आएंगे। वो चीज देखेंगे कि हमारे देश में समाज, व्यक्ति और स्थान, सभी चीजों की तरक्की के लिए जो एक सामूहिक प्रयास हो रहा है, वो अन्य देशों की तुलना में हिंदुस्तान कैसे अलग कर रहा है। मैं संक्षेप में अपनी बात को समाप्त करते हुए यही अपेक्षा करूंगा कि व्यक्ति को उन सभी प्रयासों को समर्थन और सहयोग देना चाहिए जो धरातल पर पूरी कर्मठता और निष्ठा के साथ किए जा रहे हैं। जब आप काम करते हो तो आपके ऊपर बहुत तरीके के, आपके ऊपर प्रहार भी होते हैं, बहुत तरीके के आरोप प्रत्यारोप भी होते हैं, लेकिन यदि आप सही दिशा में, सही मकसद से अपना काम कर रहे हैं तो वो सब महत्वहीन और अर्थहीन हो जाता है। हमारी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आज पर इतने महत्वपूर्ण पदाधिकारी लोग बैठे हैं, तो समस्त शिखर के कार्यकर्ताओं को, आपकी योजनाओं को, आपके प्रयासों को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए, आपको संबल देने के लिए, आपका हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए आए, उन सभी का मैं तहे दिल से वंदन और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for the enlightening words. Mementos are something of a memory in themselves, of the knowledgeable discussions and the important networks made at an event. Now, on that note, we would like to give a token of appreciation to all our dignitaries. So, I would like to request Nadeem sir to present the memento to Mr. Ratnesh Shah. I would like to request Khan ma'am to present the memento to Mr. Javed Ali Khan. I would like to request Aditya sir to present the memento to Deepak sir. Now I would like to request Aditya sir to present the memento to Rehan sir. I would like to request Rehan sir to present the memento to Farid Usmani sir. Now I would like to request Nadeem sir to present the memento to Honorable Chief Guest Shri Gurjar sir. On this note, I would take the opportunity to invite our Honorable Chief Guest Shri Gurjar sir to share a few words with us.
आज की CSR समिट में हम सबके बीच उपस्थित हमारे माननीय सांसद और मेरे साथ अनेक वर्षों तक जामिया मिलिया यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े हुए मेरे प्रिय साथी जावेद आलम खान जी, देशों के प्रो वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर आर.के. सूरी जी, UNGCG NCRDELHI के कार्यकारी निदेशक श्री रत्नेश झा जी, शिखर के CEO श्री नदीम अख्तर जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण और आज इस कार्यक्रम में विभिन्न संस्थानों से आए हुए सभी भाइयों बहनों, मुझे इस समिट में आकर बहुत अच्छा लगा। शिखर गुटखा के बारे में तो सुना था, लेकिन शिखर कोई ऐसा एनजीओ भी है जो अनेक वर्षों से अपने सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व को लगातार निभा रहा है और पंडित दीनदयाल जी के उस अंत्योदय के सपने को साकार करने में दिन रात लगा हुआ है कि समाज की अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़े हुए व्यक्ति को उत्थान करना, उसको सशक्त करना और वो समाज की मुख्य धारा में लाना, ये शिखर एनजीओ कर रहा है। उसके लिए मैं उनको हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। आज विषय सीएसआर का है, लेकिन इसमें जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण क्या क्या हानियां हो रही हैं, बहुत लंबा विषय है, उतना समय भी नहीं है, लेकिन आप सब बुद्धिजीवी लोग हैं। जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण क्या क्या परेशानियां पूरी दुनिया को झेलनी पड़ रही आप सब जानते हैं, और उनके निदान करने में तमाम सरकारें लगी हुई हैं। लेकिन ये समस्याएं भी हमने पैदा की हैं, किसी और ने नहीं, प्रकृति ने पैदा की। प्रकृति ने तो हर चीज हमको दी, लेकिन उसका जिस तरह से दुरुपयोग हुआ मानव के द्वारा, उसके कारण ये सारी समस्याएं पैदा हुई। और जब समस्याएं हमने पैदा की हैं तो उनका समाधान भी हमको ही करना होगा। भाई जावेद जी ने कहा कि सरकारें सब कुछ करेंगी, ये संभव नहीं है। सब मिलकर करेंगे, जन भागीदारी। उसमें बड़े बड़े संस्थान भी हैं जो हमारे आज साथ बैठे हुए भी हैं, जो यहाँ पर नहीं भी हैं, वो भी अपने सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व को फंड के माध्यम से लगातार निभा रहे हैं। तो सबने मिलकर इन समस्याओं का समाधान किया। देखिए, मैं कई कार्यक्रमों में जाता हूँ, मुझे सुनने को मिलता है कि मैंने कहा ना कि सारी समस्याएं इंसानों ने पैदा की। हम जंगलों में जाते हैं जहां इंसान नहीं, जानवर रहते हैं, लेकिन वहां आपको गंदगी नहीं मिलेगी। गंदगी कहां मिलेगी? जहां इंसान रहता है। अभी इस विषय पर सोचना चाहिए। मैं इसके लिए कोई एक दोषी नहीं है, हम सब दोषी हैं। जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण कितनी समस्याएं स्वास्थ्य से संबंधित, उसमें तरह तरह के पॉल्यूशन है, वायु पॉल्यूशन भी है, पानी का पॉल्यूशन भी है, दूसरे पॉल्यूशन भी है। और इसके कारण सबको परेशानी होती है, लेकिन समाज का जो अंतिम व्यक्ति है, जो रोज कमाता है, रोज खाता है, उसको इस जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण ज्यादा समस्याएं झेलनी पड़ती है। तो उसके पास साधन नहीं है, और ऐसे साधन भी लोगों के लिए शिखर काम कर रहा है, तो एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। जैसा बताया 21 साल हो गए करते, बड़े बड़े शहरों में बड़े बड़े लोग भी रहते हैं, छोटे लोग भी रहते हैं। वहां बारिश के कारण, गर्मी के कारण और समस्या है। आप देखते हैं बड़े बड़े मेट्रोपोलिस किस तरह पानी से सारे शहर डूब जाते हैं। लेकिन उन शहरों में भी एक किनारे पर गरीब लोग रहते हैं। तो ये सारे विषय हैं। अब मैं जलवायु परिवर्तन पे ज्यादा नहीं कहना चाहता, लेकिन पूरी दुनिया चिंतित है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने COP26 में दुनिया के सामने कमिट किया है कि 2070 तक हमें हिंदुस्तान को जीरो कार्बन करना है। जो हमारा अभी 70% जो ऊर्जा पैदा करते हैं वो हम कोल से करें, और हमारे पास कोल ज्यादा है। अभी कोल के इतने भंडार है, 100 साल भी हमारे यहाँ कोल समाप्त नहीं हो सकता। इसीलिए उन्होंने टारगेट तय किया कि 2030 तक हम जितनी बिजली पैदा करते हैं उसका 50% हम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से पैदा करेंगे। और मुझे आपको बताते हुए पता था, उसने आपको उसने पता भी दिया, ये खुशी हो रही है। जो टारगेट हमको 2030 में अचीव करना था वो नवंबर 2021 में हमने अचीव कर लिया। और टारगेट तय करना और उसको अचीव करना। अभी G20 की बात की, फिलहाल भारत उसको क्या अध्यक्षता करेगा, हमारे लिए देशवासियों के लिए इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात नहीं। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच अलग किस्म की है। तो बहुत से लोग, हम जैसे लोग सोचते हैं कि मेरा कितना कार्यकाल बचा है, ये क्या करना, जो आगे आएगा वो। हमें कल की चिंता आज करनी पड़ेगी। अगर आज चिंता नहीं करेंगे तो हालात और खराब होंगे। इसलिए मोदी जी ने लाल किले से कहा कि देश के लिए अगले 25 साल अमृत काल हैं। उसके लिए 5 प्रण भी उन्होंने बताए जो हमको करने पड़ेंगे। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि 2000 जब आज से 25 साल बाद मैं नहीं हूंगा देश में, लेकिन मेरा देश तो होगा ना। कि 25 साल बाद जब हमारा देश आजादी का 100वां साल मनाएगा, मेरा भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 भारत होना चाहिए। उसके लिए हम आज से करना पड़ेगा। मुझे नहीं करना पड़ेगा मैं रहूंगा नहीं रहूंगा, मुझे क्या लेना। और ये सब सामूहिकता से होगा। अब पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, आप देखते हैं अभी IMF की जो सेक्रेटरी जनरल है मार्टिन, उन्होंने क्या कहा है कि 2023 में पूरा विश्व भारत की तरफ देखेगा। हम कहते हैं कि अगले 10 साल में भारत की इकोनॉमी 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर होगी, लेकिन उसका ये कहना है कि 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर नहीं, 8.5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर भारत की इकोनॉमी अगले 10 साल में होने जा रही है। उन्होंने ये भी पूरा करके बताया कि चाइना की इकोनॉमी 3.6 से आर्थिक दर से बढ़ेगी, अमेरिका की 3 से बढ़ेगी, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान की 6 से होगी। मतलब अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को पटरी पर बनाए रखना। तो विषय तो बहुत हैं, लेकिन देखिए जैसे CSR है, आपने देखा ये हमारी संस्कृति रही। गांधी जी ने कहा पहले हम सुबह सुबह घर में पहली रोटी निकाल के गाय के लिए निकालते थे, धर्मशालाएं बनवाते थे, स्कूल खोलते थे, प्याऊ लगाते थे पीने के पानी की। ऐसे ही में CSR से तो जिनको आमदनी है उसमें कुछ पैसा लोग धर्मार्थ के लिए निकालते थे, ऐसे ही ये CSR कि इस पैसे से हम उनके लिए काम करेंगे जहां जरूरत है, जिनको सशक्त करना है, जिनको समाज की मुख्य धारा में लाना है। तो मैं इसके साथ साथ एक बात और कहना चाहूंगा, और शिखर एजुकेशन में, टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में हमारे श्री साहब हैं, लेकिन जब तक आप हमारे नौजवानों के हाथों में हुनर नहीं होगा तब तक उनको रोजगार नहीं मिलेगा। हमारे देश में नौजवानों के हाथ में हुनर देने की जरूरत है। इसलिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्किल डेवलपमेंट अलग से एक विभाग बनाया। हर विभाग उसमें बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग देने का काम कर रहा है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है, अंत में मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, एक होता है उपयोग, एक होता है दुरुपयोग। उपयोग तो बात ठीक है, तो आजकल ये संस्कृति चल गई है कि मुफ्त में देना है, कि हर चीज मुफ्त देंगे। दीजिए, कोई चिंता नहीं, लेकिन एक बात मानकर चलिए, मुफ्त की चीज का दुरुपयोग होने से कुछ हो नहीं सकता। मुझे मालूम है मुझे बिजली फ्री मिलेगी, मैं कहूँगा चलने दो 24 घंटे एसी को। मुझे पानी फ्री मिलेगा, चलने दो टूटी को। तो मुफ्त के साथ साथ दुरुपयोग की चीजें जुड़ी हुई हैं। जब तक किसी चीज की कीमत ना हो ना, लोगों को मालूम नहीं चलता। समस्याएं और बढ़ जाएंगी, खाली दुरुपयोग नहीं रहेगी। अगर बिजली मुझे फ्री मिल रही है तो मैं इसी ज्यादा देर चलाऊंगा, इसी बहुत देर चलाऊंगा। मुझे 25 टेम्परेचर चाहिए, मैं कहूंगा 2 घंटे पहले चला तो मैं रजाई ओढ़ के सोऊंगा, तो बिजली तो देना नहीं। लेकिन उस एसी से मुफ्त में जो बिजली जलेगी, उससे कार्बन उत्सर्जन कितना पैदा होगा ये भी देखिए ना, समस्याएं बढ़ेगी ना। तो ये संस्कृति भी देश के हित में नहीं है। तो इन सब चीजों पर गंभीरता से हमको सोचना है। मैं ज्यादा नहीं, मैंने अभी कहा है इन्होंने। अभी देखिए, अब ये अपनी समस्या सबसे बड़ी पॉपुलेशन की है, और ये पॉपुलेशन अभी ऐसा पूरा सर्वे आ गया, अभी चाइना की घटती शुरू हुई है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान की अभी 2030 तक बढ़ गई। 2030 के बाद पॉपुलेशन कम होनी हिंदुस्तान की शुरू होगी, ऐसा माना जा रहा। अब उसके लिए देखिए, अब इतनी पॉपुलेशन में मकान भी चाहिए उनके लिए शौचालय भी चाहिए। मोदी जी ने करोड़ों की संख्या में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से पूरे देश में दिए हैं, लेकिन फिर भी समस्याएं हैं। अब देखिए पूरे देश में जहां जहां अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनी है वहां आपको पेड़ नहीं मिलेंगे। और उन कॉलोनी के गांव छोड़कर उस एरिया में कॉलोनी देखिए, चाहे वो मेरे फरीदाबाद में चाहे वो दिल्ली में, क्योंकि 50-50, 30-30 गज के मकान है, छोटी छोटी गलियां, पेड़ के लिए जगह ही नहीं, ना पार्कों के लिए जगह है, ना कम्युनिटी सेंटर के लिए, ना हेल्थ सेंटर के लिए जगह है, ना वहां सीवरेज एसटीपी लगाने के लिए जगह है। हालांकि ये समस्याएं पैदा हो गई तो उनका समाधान नहीं होगा। तो ये बहुत बड़ा विषय है। ये कॉलोनी बस गई, आज भी हम देखते हैं आगरा कैनाल हो, जमुना हो, सीधा सीवरेज का पानी सीधा डालते हैं उसमें, एसटीपी नहीं। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, लेकिन ये कहा है कि इन सारी समस्याओं का समाधान भी हमने करना, तो हम सब मिलकर करेंगे। और आज सीएसआर समिट का सबसे बड़ा उद्देश्य यही है कि जन भागीदारी, कि सब अपना अपना उत्तरदायित्व निभाएं। जिसकी कमाई ज्यादा है वो ज्यादा खर्च करे, जिसकी कम है वो कम खर्च करे, और ये कर भी रहे हैं। सब बड़े बड़े जो संस्थान हैं सब अपना सहयोग इसमें दे भी रहे हैं। उनमें कमियां भी हैं, खासियत भी है, सब चीजें हैं। तो लेकिन ये अच्छा प्रयास है। मैं अंत में शिखर संस्थान को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, एक अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उन बच्चों के लिए, उन बच्चियों के लिए जिनको वास्तव में जरूरत है। तो मैं अपनी तरफ से विश्वास दिलाता हूँ, मेरे पास भी PSUs हैं, तो मेरे से जहां जहां आपको जरूरत हो हमारे PSU से, हम आपकी पूरी तरह से उसमें मदद करेंगे, क्योंकि नेक कार्य है, आप नेक काम कर रहे हैं, नेक जगह पैसा लगा रहे हैं। इसी नेक काम में ना मैं सहयोग कर सकता हूँ, ज्यादा से ज्यादा उसमें पूरी तरह से करूंगा, और आप इसी तरह इस काम में लगे रहिए। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, आगे बढ़िए, बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence and your words. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our hearts. We are reminded that events like this one are milestones in the journey of life. As we come close of this session, I invite Mr. Aditya to propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
सर आपके ऊपर ही तशरीफ रखिए सर, आप आइए। Good morning and namaskar. On behalf of Shikhar, I would like to thank each and every one of you who have come here from Look of honor of this country. Especially, I would like to thank our chief guest for the first session, our honorable minister, Shri Krishan. I don't know you people know much about him or not. सर एक बहुत ही सरल स्वभाव के व्यक्ति हैं और इजीली एक्सेसिबल है। ये मेरा प्रैक्टिकल सर से एक्सपीरियंस है और बहुत सालों से। सर पहले भी बने थे, फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोगों ने गौतम बुद्ध नगर में सर का वेलकम किया था परी चौक पे। मुझे वो दिन भी आ रहा और ऑफिशियल काम पे भी सर के पास जब गए तो जो वार्म वेलकम सर ने दिया और काम के एंड तक सर ने हमारा काम कराया, उसके लिए सर, और ये स्टेज तो नहीं है लेकिन वैसे भी आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। साथ में जावेद सर हैं, आर MP राज्यसभा, he is member of energy. We would also like to thank him because he is the mediator, he is the one आज जिसकी वजह से हमारे चीफ गेस्ट हमारे साथ में हैं। I would like to thank you जावेद सर। हमारे बीच
इसकी वजह से राजनीति में चुनाव भी चलवाई।
That's great. And we would like to thank Deepak ji, Shah Saab, Usmani Saab, and a special thank to our beloved and a very dear friend, Shri Avnish Awasthi ji, who has come all the way from Lucknow. A special thanks to him. I think, I don't know, you people know much about him because Delhi और NCR के लोगों को बहुत ज़्यादा आज जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट उत्तर प्रदेश में इम्प्लीमेंट हुए, जितनी भी पॉलिसीज इम्प्लीमेंट हुई है, अगर कोई उसका जिम्मेदार और कोई अधिकारी है जिसने की वो इम्प्लीमेंट की है, जो कि आज भी ब्लू वर्ड बॉय हमारे मुख्यमंत्री के इसी लेकर आते हैं, वो अभी शायद अवनीश अवस्थी जी है। जितनी भी चीजें आप उत्तर प्रदेश में आज ऊपर जाता हुआ ग्राफ दिख रहा है, उसका जो सूत्रधार है, जो जिसने सारा किया है, वो हमारे अवनीश अवस्थी जी है। और इसीलिए यही वजह है हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इनको जाने नहीं दिया। जो रिटायरमेंट आया तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं आप हमारे साथ ही रहेंगे और सर को अपना एडवाइजर बनाया लखनऊ में। हमारे बीच दीपक जी है। दीपक जी, आपको जल्दी से मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं बचपन में ब्लिट्स एक पेपर था जो आपका आता था बॉम्बे से, हफ्ते में एक दिन आता था और करंजिया साहब उस समय चीफ एडिटर हुआ करते थे और हमारे यहाँ श्यामाचरण काला जी उसके यूपी के इंचार्ज हुआ करते थे। तो आज बड़ा अच्छा लगा जब सर से मिला और सर ने टेक ओवर कर लिया और इसको दोबारा ब्लिट्स को चलाने का एक मुहिम वो किया है। मैं ज्यादा टाइम अपना ना लेते हुए, सिंस हमारे मंत्री जी को एक मीटिंग अटेंड करनी है, चेयर करनी है, जिसमें जावेद साहब भी हैं, अभी बता ही रहे थे, बिकॉज ऑफ द पॉजिटिव टाइम। वंस अगेन सर, आई विल थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग, इट्स वेरी टाइम फॉर अस। एंड इसके बाद हमारा सर दूसरा सेशन भी है। मुझे तो आप अगर टाइम रहता उसको भी सुनते। हमारे बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स बहुत दूर दूर से आए हुए हैं, तो आज आपके पास टाइम नहीं है, लेकिन जब नेक्स्ट सेशन इस तरह का होगा तो आपसे उम्मीद करेंगे आप यहाँ रहेंगे। वंस अगेन मैं इसी उससे अपनी वाणी को विभाग देता हूँ। वंस अगेन थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू फ्रॉम द सर का तो बड़ा योगदान रहा है। एग्जैक्टली भागते रहते सर तो जानवर रहते हैं हमारे बड़ा रोकना पड़ रहा है।
सॉरी हाँ जी सर।
A very hearty morning to all of you again. I would like to welcome you all again to the 10th National CSR Summit Tech Session. Today, making money is very simple, but making sustainable money while being responsible to the society and improving the world is very difficult. This session will be about the important discussions on sustainable cities and society. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our dignitaries. I would like to welcome Mr. Akshat Rohatgi, CEO, ISS India. Sir, please, may I invite you to the dais. Mr. Aksh is a highly versatile executive with proven ability to turn around challenging operations, drive results, and implement a variety of strategic initiatives and across organizations. I would also like to request Dr. Lopa Mudra Priyadarshini, GM CSR Sustainability and RR Aditya Birla Group to the dais. Please, ma'am. Please give a huge round of applause. I would also take the opportunity to invite Mr. Ganga C. Sharma, Sustainability Expert, to the dais. Please, sir. Now I would like the students of Shikhar to present the bouquet to our honorary dignitaries. May I also take the opportunity to invite Mr. Sandeep Goyal, Director, Prime Consultant Private Limited, to the dais. Please, sir. Please give a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. On this note, we will start our first tech session, which is on sustainable cities and societies. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Aksh Rohadgi on the stage as the chairperson of this session. Please, sir.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. So, I think we'll try and cover up some lost time. We have an hour and 15 minutes, but no. I don't think the mic is working. Okay. Is it better now? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me, without much ado, let me start this session by asking a very simple question. And probably most of you present here would know the answer of this question as well. But nonetheless, do you know which is the most polluted city in the world? Most polluted city in the world, and that is exactly the city where we are in right now, having this session. Yeah? And when was the first time ever that pollution levels in Delhi touched 999? In which year? Yes. This was in 2016. The first time ever, the PM 2.5 and PM 10 both touched 999. Yeah, and then in 2017 and 2018, and and since then, every year, one day or the other, we are actually breathing so much more pollution. And by the way, the 999 is because the metering gauge that we measure only has 3 digits. So So after 999, it ends. Yeah. So if had it been a fourth visit, then probably it would have been very good. But the issue today is probably not only about Delhi that we're talking of. It's the same situation everywhere that we see or look around. Bangalore, when I was growing up, we used to call it City of Lakes. A lot of people from Bangalore are met here. There used to be 285 lakes in Bangalore, which now probably are just a handful. And we hear these news that many of the lakes are on fire, which is very, very surprising because of the methane in the lake and in the garbage and the sewage that gets collected. Yeah. Belindu, for example, which was one of the largest ones. But in the same situation everywhere. In Mumbai, my office is located on the banks of a river. The name of that river is Methi River. I don't know how many of you know Mumbai, but Methi River was a river which now actually is turned into a drain because of absolute rampant disposal of waste, industrial waste, residential waste, municipal waste, everything people are just coming in and dumping. So it's no more a river, it's a fresh water. And at the start of the session, Rehan sir mentioned or made us recollect the importance of water. Just keep in perspective what are we doing and how our actions are. 2014, in year 2014, and I'm sure I'm among everyone who's very conscious about the environment here. The world entered into something known as Paris Agreement. Yeah? And that Paris Agreement, the outcome of that Paris Agreement was that the way the whole world was progressing, the Earth, the planet that we live in, will be 4 degrees hotter than today. And the impact will be catastrophic. Since then, I think there's a lot of clean energy, a lot of renewable energy, a lot of focus which is going on. And the very recent report says, yeah, it's a positive movement. But nonetheless, it will still be 3 degrees higher than the current, which again is very, very devastating. Yeah. The agreement was that we are actually aiming to get to 1.5 degrees higher by the turn of the century, right? But with all the great efforts which are being done or spoken about, despite that, we will be at least 2.5, 3 degrees higher. And unless and until we change what we are doing, unless and until we change the way that we are operating. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this summit. Sustainability is something which is very close to my heart. My name is Aksh and I represent an organization by name ISS Facility Services. We run almost 100 million square foot of office space in India, but also very large infrastructure sites as well as production facilities, and employ over 50,000 employees in India alone. Okay, sustainability is a way of life for us, and we work with countless corporates. Some of you, I think, we work for Hindalco as well. So we work for countless large industrial corporates as well as MNCs to handhold and to support them and drive and over a period of time graduate into a net zero phase. And I'm joined today with my esteemed panel. So thank you everyone. I have with me Anurag Pratap from Chennai. We have Ganga Sharma, and we have Rohana Zariwala. I think, sorry, she's not there. We have Dr. Lopamudra Priyadarshini, and we also have Sandeep. Yeah. Okay, so let me start off with a little bit of a high-level view of things. while this conference is going on, there is also another conference that's going on in Egypt at this point in time, which almost is concluding now, which is COP27. Yeah, and COP, we all know, now this is the 27th conference. We're still awaiting to hear a lot of ideas. So why don't we start with giving some perspective? So Ganga, would you want to start off with giving a little bit of a perspective, of from your side, what do you think about these conferences, and especially in COP27, any big declaration which you are actually looking forward to, or how do you see that? Yes.
Thank you, Aksh. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues in the dais. What is COP27? यदि सरल भाषा में बात करें तो it's a conference of parties, and पिछली बार ग्लासगो में हुआ था, इस बार इजिप्ट में हो रहा है. हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब का भी बयान आया था. यदि देखें तो इट्स मोर ऑफ ए नेगोशिएशन ऑन द टेबल. जो बेसिक फाइट है वो ये है कि जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो एक यूनिट है, जो पूरा वर्ल्ड है, जो दुनिया की हम बात करते हैं मदर अर्थ, वो एक यूनिट है. डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज का ये आर्गुमेंट रहता है कि आप हमें टेक्नोलॉजी दीजिए, आप हमें पैसा दीजिए, बिकॉज आपकी जो तरक्की हुई है उसमें आपने वातावरण को प्रदूषित किया. दूसरी तरफ डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज का अपना आर्ग्यूमेंट है. कुल मिला के जो बात निकल के आती है कि एक कमिटमेंट आता है नेशनल कंट्री लेवल पे, जैसे हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम 2070 तक नेट जीरो, तो ये बहुत बड़ा एक एम्बिशन है. इसको धरातल पे लाने के लिए पॉलिसीज बनेंगी, फ्रेमवर्क बनेंगे, गवर्नमेंट पीपीपी मॉडल पे पायलटिंग होगी, फिर बिकॉज इस चीज को करने के लिए आपको टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत है. मेरा जो अपना एक्सपीरियंस है, यदि हम देखें ग्लोबली, सो जो COP27 पे मैं आता हूँ अक्षय जी, तो अभी इसका फाइनल आउटकम डॉक्यूमेंट तो आना बाकी है, बट जो लग रहा है कि जो थर्मल के ऊपर, क्योंकि एनर्जी क्राइसिस इस समय यूरोप में है बिकॉज ऑफ दिस अनफॉर्चुनेट वॉर, तो जो एनर्जी सोर्सेज है उसको सिक्योर करने के लिए एवरी कंट्री इज ट्राइंग टू नेगोशिएट हार्ड. सो जो एक नॉर्मल स्थिति में पहले जो मीटिंग्स हुई थी जिसमें कि हम कोल बेस्ड इकोनॉमी को डिस्करेज कर रहे थे, आई थिंक उस लाइन में कहीं ना कहीं सॉफ्टनिंग होने की उम्मीद है. जहाँ तक हमारे अपने देश का सवाल है, हमारी एक अच्छी फुटिंग है. ऑलरेडी मंत्री साहब ने कहा कि हमने 2030 का टारगेट पूरा कर लिया है, और अभी जो रिसर्च आई है उससे ये लग रहा है कि 2030 के बाद जो कर्व है थर्मल का, उसका डाउन टर्न शुरू हो जाएगा. रिन्यूएबल विल टेक द लीड एज फार एज ऑन. दूसरा जो कॉन्टेस्ट है आज का सस्टेनेबल सिटी, मैं शुड आई कंटिन्यू अक्ष? देखिए, शहर बेसिकली इसको आप होलिस्टिकली देखें, उसमें बिजनेस हाउस भी ऑपरेट करते हैं, कंपनीज चलाते हैं, हम सब लोग रहते भी हैं. एक स्टैंडर्ड है, कभी आपको मौका लगे तो ISO 26000 ISO का स्टैंडर्ड है. इस हार्मोनाइज्ड स्टैंडर्ड. रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से पहले जो हम शब्द जोड़ते हैं कि कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, तो हमें कॉर्पोरेट को ये मान के चलते हैं कि जो भी जिम्मेदारी है वो सिर्फ कॉर्पोरेट की है. उस सोच को हमें बदलना होगा, क्योंकि जो सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, आप सोशल का मतलब सिर्फ नैरो थिंकिंग में बच्चों को पढ़ाना, अंडर प्रिविलेज की मदद करना नहीं है. सोशल का मतलब इट्स इनेबलर फॉर आवर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट. आप इसको जब एक बड़े परिदृश्य में देखते हैं तो आप पाते हैं सरकार का अपना रोल है पॉलिसी, बिजनेसेस हाउस का अपना रोल है कि वो एफिशिएंट प्रोडक्ट बनाए, बायोडिग्रेडेबल प्रोडक्ट बनाए, अपने प्रोडक्ट में रिसाइकलिंग कंटेंट को तवज्जो दें। आपने सुना होगा सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की जो हम बात करते हैं। कंज्यूमर का अपना एक रोल है, एनजीओ का अपना एक रोल है। सो इट्स ए कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स। दूसरा, क्योंकि मैं खुद इंजीनियर हूँ और टेक्निकल चीजों में डील करता हूँ, तो एक लाइफ साइकिल एक शब्द आता है। लाइफ साइकिल का मतलब जब भी कोई चीज बनती है, चाहे बॉटल हो, ग्लास हो, मेज हो, कुछ भी आप उदाहरण के तौर पे लें, तो इसको बनाने के लिए एक फैक्ट्री का सेटअप होता है। वो फैक्ट्री कहीं से कच्चा माल खरीदती है, फिर वो मार्केट में जाता है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है, फिर इस्तेमाल होता है, फिर वो इस्तेमाल होने के बाद डिस्पोज ऑफ कर दिया जाता है। इसको कहते हैं एंड टू एंड। टेक्निकल शब्द है इसका क्रेडल टू ग्रेव। तो यदि हम, मुझे आज भी कई साल पहले आईटीसी सीआई का एक समिट था, उस समय प्रणब मुखर्जी हमारे राष्ट्रपति थे। मुझे आज भी वो बात याद है कि उन्होंने कहा था कि देखिए, प्रोडक्शन जो है उसकी अपनी एक लिमिटेशंस है। मैं यदि फैक्ट्री चला रहा हूँ, मैं अपने सिस्टम बेहतर करूँ, एनर्जी कम लगाऊं, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करूं, बट इन सब की एक लिमिटेशन है। यदि आप किसी प्रोडक्ट का लाइफ साइकिल देखें एंड टू एंड, कि अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में प्रोडक्ट बनने से लेके इस्तेमाल और वापस वातावरण में आने में, तो लगभग मोटे तौर पे देखें तो मुश्किल से लेस देन 1/3 और 1/4 हिस्सा जो है, जो ये कार्बन फुटप्रिंटिंग कहते हैं या वाटर फुटप्रिंटिंग कहते हैं, जो इन्वायरमेंटल फुटप्रिंट की बात करें, वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के दौरान लगता है। जो इसका बाकी के तीन बड़े हिस्से हैं, वो इससे जो कच्चा माल हम लेते हैं, सपोज मैं एक फोन बना रहा हूँ, मैं एक फैक्ट्री यदि मैं लगाता हूँ जिसमें मैं असेंबल करता हूँ, लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारे इक्विपमेंट है, कैमरा है, चिप्स है, पीसीबी है, वो कहीं और बन रहे हैं, उसके लिए कहीं माइनिंग हुआ होगा, फिर मैंने उसको असेंबल किया, मैंने उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट किया, फिर वो कंज्यूमर के पास गया, कंज्यूमर ने उसको यूज करके बाद थ्रो कर दिया या डिस्पोज कर दिया। तो एज ए कंज्यूमर ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी, और सरकार, जहां तक मेरा अपनी जानकारी है, एमओईएफ ने काफी टारगेट सेट किए हैं मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए कि आप एंड ऑफ लाइफ टारगेट, जिसको कहते हैं एक्सटेंडेड प्रोड्यूसर रिस्पांसिबिलिटी, यानी कि आप सिर्फ माल बना के बेचने के लिए जिम्मेदार नहीं है, आपका फर्ज भी है कि जिस तरह से आप सेल्स का नेटवर्क बनाते हैं, उसी तरह से आप कलेक्शन का भी नेटवर्क बनाइए। उदाहरण के तौर पे जो कैन हम यूज करते हैं, जिसमें पेप्सी, कोक और बाकी बेवरेज यूज करते हैं, आपको ताज्जुब होगा कि उसके अंदर जो पदार्थ है उसकी कीमत से ज्यादा उसके कैन की कीमत है। और क्योंकि मैं दुनिया भर में ऑडिट करता हूँ, मुझे मालूम है कि वो कितना कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसेस है बनाने में, और हम पी के उसको फेंक देते हैं। उसकी वजह ये भी हो सकती है कि मेरे पास कोई विकल्प नहीं है। जैसे आप जर्मनी में जाएं या कुछ कंट्रीज में जाएं, तो वहां पे इंसेंटिव देती है, आप खाली बोतल लाएंगे तो यू गेट सम क्रेडिट और दे इंसेंटिवाइज। तो एक स्ट्रैटेजी सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगी जहां तक शहर में मैं वापस आता हूं, जो भागीदारी की बात बाकी लोगों ने की। एज ए कंज्यूमर, आप, मेरे ख्याल से आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू, आप वापस जब भी अपने काम पे जाएं, मेक श्योर आप रूम से निकलें तो लाइट बंद करके जाएं। आजकल तो जो कॉर्पोरेट हैं, जो अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं, वो सेंसर वाली लाइट लेने लगे हैं। आप जैसे कॉरिडोर में वॉक इन करते हैं, लाइट जल जाती है। लेकिन हो सकता है हमारे घरों में ये संभव ना हो आज की तारीख में, बिकॉज हमारे एक कल्चर है, हर तरह एज ग्रुप का व्यक्ति रहता है, तो थोड़ी सी भी आहट होगी तो जल जाएगी। तो वापिस जो सस्टेनेबल सिटी है, कई कंपोनेंट से बना है। इसमें एक कंपोनेंट है इंफ्रा का, जिसमें काफी हद तक कॉर्पोरेट का रोल है। ट्रैवल है, ई मोबिलिटी की बात हो रही है, आईओटी की बात हो रही है, वाटर है, वाटरलेस यूनिरल की बात करते हैं कुछ कॉर्पोरेट कि हमने पानी सेविंग किया। तो सवाल ये है कि हर चीज अपनी जगह दुरुस्त है। एज ए कॉर्पोरेट मेरी क्या एक्सपर्टीज है और मैं उसको कैसे बेहतर इस्तेमाल करता हूँ। किसी सज्जन ने सुबह के सेशन में कहा था कि वो मेरे कोर बिजनेस मॉडल से मैच होनी चाहिए। आईटीसी एक एग्जांपल है हमारे सामने, आप रिसर्च करना चाहें तो कर लें कि आईटीसी ने कैसे अपने सीएसआर प्रोग्राम को डिजाइन किया और अपने बिजनेस से अटैच किया। किस तरह से उन्होंने फार्मर के साथ काम करके अपनी अपवर्ड सप्लाई चेन को दुरुस्त किया और अपने बिजनेस को प्रॉफिटेबल बनाया। चौपाल उनका कॉन्सेप्ट है। सो ये सब चीजें हैं अक्षी, इट्स अ लॉन्ग सब्जेक्ट। जो टेक अवे मैं एटलीस्ट कोशिश करता हूँ एज ए इंडिविजुअल और आप सबसे अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि हम सब चेंज एजेंट बन सकते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पे आप देखें, जब आप एटलीस्ट मैंने कई दफा देखा है, आप ट्रैफिक लाइट पे खड़े होते हैं, आपको जल्दी है, आपने देखा लाइट हो गई है, आप रुकते हैं, फिर आपके बाजू से एक आदमी निकल जाता है, वो उसको इग्नोर कर देता है। आप भी शायद इस्तेमाल करके देखें। फिर आप देखेंगे कि जैसे जैसे आप रुकते हैं, लोग आपके पीछे रुकना शुरू हो जाते हैं, दे स्टार्ट रिस्पेक्टिंग द लाइन। और ये एक चीज है जो कि साइकोलॉजिकली भी आप इस्तेमाल करके देखें, तो बजाय कि मैं दूसरे से अपेक्षा करूं कि वो मेरे लिए काम करेगा, नहीं, मुझे अपने लिए खुद ही करना पड़ेगा। और जहां तक ये सामाजिक सवाल है, इट्स मिक्स ऑफ एवरीथिंग, आपकी एजुकेशन, आपका वैल्यू सिस्टम, आपकी प्रेरणा, आपके मेंटरिंग। सो सस्टेनेबल सिटी इज ऑल अबाउट अस। अब हम देखते हैं यूपी में अवस्थी सर हैं यहाँ पे, हमारे यहाँ पे सुबह वो गाड़ी आती है कचरा उठाने वाली थी, वो बड़े अच्छे से म्यूजिक बजाती है ताकि लोगों को प्रेरणा मिले। तो चीजें हो रही हैं, लेकिन इतना बड़ा कंट्री है हमारा, हमारी अपनी लिमिटेशंस है। हमारे रोल मॉडल हो सकते हैं यूरोपियन, लेकिन वहाँ पे पॉपुलेशन का जो फैक्टर है वो सारी चीजों को एप्पल टू एप्पल कंपैरिजन नहीं होने देता। बट एज ए कंट्री वी वर स्ट्रांग, वी आर ट्राइंग हार्ड, और ये होगा जब मैं आप सब मिलकर इस पे काम करें। Honestly, it's not a rocket science. It's all about practicing the basics and bring back to the life. Thank you, Harsh.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you touched upon quite a few relevant topics, but if we turn around the discussion, we've been all talking about this for a while now. Yeah, work is moving on, but also there are two parts to the equation. One is input, the other part is output. So input, everyone says, every country says, and every company says they are progressing, they're meeting their targets, all the policies are being followed, and they're all green lights. But when we look at the output and we look at the outcome of it, the outcome and output is nowhere close to what a common man would expect or what the society would expect. Yeah. So let me make it a little bit more challenging in terms of the thought-provoking ideas. Yeah. The sustainable products, as a part of the living in modern day society, these days, I mean, if you do a comparison across any products, they're much more expensive than the normal product. Then thinking from a corporate standpoint or from a household standpoint, which is dealing with high inflation and which is dealing with a whole host of global volatility today, there's always a catch, or there's always a balance to compromise between should you actually buy more expensive sustainable products, or should you actually over a period of time phase out and continue with your current practices. You spoke about ITC. ITC is a great example, but look at both sides of the coin. One side is Chopal, but the other side right? And while on one side they are contributing to the society, on the other side they also have a harmful effect. Right? And there are multiple global examples that we see around this. Elon Musk, we talk of, brings in Tesla cars. Tesla cars are, the first EV, which has been a great success, and he's famous for it. But at the same time, Elon Musk has also made huge investments in cryptocurrencies. Yeah, cryptocurrencies today, they are running on data centers, which are the biggest energy killers. Yeah. So he's making money on both sides. On one side, it's the EV and the sustainability. The other side is cryptos, ITC, and then I can go on give countless models, on technology. Apple iPhone. I mean, how many of you use Apple iPhone here in the room? Yeah. Or for the matter, any other iPhone. Those phones get obsolete every year. There's a new version that comes in. Then what do you do with the old phone? where do they get recycled or where do they go? It's a technology induced consumption. So Modi ji in last COP26 summit, said, gave a big call to optimize the consumption. But from a corporate standpoint, I think when I look at, there are two big variables that you deal with. One is the shareholder expectations, is raising margin, cash, but also at the same time, there is this societal pressure related to the society and longer term, shorter term interest. How do we balance that? So that becomes a bit of a quagmire for every organization to deal with. So, Anurag, if I can come to you, to understand from your perspective, how is Capgem dealing with these kind of situations, or what's your view around, what's the best way to balance the multiple shareholders or multiple stakeholders' expectations on one side to make sure that you're running a very profitable business, at the other side, a very responsible business.
And I won't get into a keynote there because really question. One is that there's a need to break the whole discourse of sustainability from a practical discourse rather than a rhetoric discourse. Because these days we are more into rhetorical discussion. Actually looking into what is needed in a developing economy compared to a developing. You cannot have the same blueprint that you bring in, roll it out, and look for the that the developed economy is talking about. Within India also, there are regions which are developing, there are regions which are developed. You cannot have the same blueprint to talk about it. That's one of the reasons why India said that 2070 is the right time to achieve that. That's a commitment. But no one is right now these days asking for the question of are we making budget allocations? You'll be expected to invest close to $1 trillion so that you achieve your targets there. That's one. Second is the whole sustainable or the tagging of sustainability is becoming very fascinating. I always tell people that time is not far when your mic will become a sustainable mic, your jacket will become a sustainable jacket, eyeglasses will be called as sustainable eyeglasses. Just to sell it, because that's how they'll be branding it, rather than actually getting into making it sustainable. Everyone talks about organic food, but no one talks about how many years it takes for the soil to really become organic. You can't always call from year one, start using manure and countless things that I'm getting into organic food. It requires, it's like when you detoxify your body, you need to also detoxify the soil to really get the kind of results. At the organization level, people have realized that whether at Capgemini or realize that sustainability is a good business. Remember the older time when we used to get our phones, we used to get a big dabba there. जिसके अंदर में ढेर सारे लिटरेचर हुआ करते थे, बड़ा सा डब्बा हुआ करता था, और फोन अलग हुआ करता था, चार्जर अलग हुआ करता था, चार्जर का यूएसबी का केबल अलग हुआ करता था. Then suddenly people realize that hey, I think there is a goodness sense to compact it, save things, and then roll it out in the market. And then we realize that it's not just for making life a lot easier, but this is also helping me increase my margins there. बिस्लरी की बॉटल जो हुआ करती थी, अगर आप पुराने वाला बॉटल देखोगे, ढक्कन इतना बड़ा हुआ करता था. They reduce the ढक्कन there. Imagine the kind of plastic that they are saving. At Capgemini also, we are investing hugely into renewable energy. We have our own. We meet our 40% of our energy requirements using solar plants that we established in our own office in Dubai. We realize that it requires huge investment, capex upfront, but उसका जो आपका benefit है, that in number of ways do a very positive trade-off for us. So at the organization level, at the business level, at the community level, sustainability is practiced in a rightful manner. It's a good business case. If we just do it for, I'll say, a good discussion point, talking point for seminars like this, then it will remain a talking point itself. Capgemini is one of the first company which got its sustainability target vetted by science-based target institute. We are the first one who came out very clearly saying that how we want to meet our targets under sustainability. We also came out very clearly on becoming carbon neutral by 2025. And we realized that computers, ACs are material issues in a number of ways. We need to ensure that not just we use them properly, but we should also dispose them properly. And we are working on that particular bit. We don't have all the answers there. We are collectively seeking those answers. Number of ways, the attempt is that can we get those answers? And second, what we also realize that as an IT company, we are not the carbon emitter in a big way. And that's where we realize that there is a huge business opportunity for IT companies like ours. We've also created a huge sustainability solution which will help other businesses to improve their carbon emissions. This, in number of ways, I find it a game changer. Because, the moment a hardcore business person realizes that there's money that you can get it from some of these things. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So I know there's paucity of time, and I'm getting notes on wrapping up the session. So let me quickly come to you, Lupa. And I've got some facts here. Almost 58% of Fortune 500 companies across the globe, they have declared their net zero targets, and they are ranging from 2030 to 2050. But there's only 36% of them actually have any sort of plan. So 58% have declared. So there's still a large part which are not bought into that concept. And I'm talking of this Fortune 500, which is the largest of the largest companies that we can think of. And these are not just companies, they're large corporates. 36% of them, it moved from 36 to 58, but still half of them don't even have. It's a statement which is being declared. But really, is there a plan to back that up? Is there a fund commitment? Is there a financial burden to see through? And across all the three scopes, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 on a science-based target. So and also aware, Aditya Birla Group has also declared, I think 2015, right? So Lupa, you want to just quickly give a little bit of a brief on what are the practices, what's the plan that is in place in your organization that could be picked up, and and people can learn from that sharing.
Thank you, Lakh, and very good morning to everyone, and thanks to Shikhar for picking up this very apt topic at the right time when COP27 is going on in Asia. And Aditya Birla Group is not as a conglomerate which runs its operation in sustainable practices. And even when you talk about mining, Hindalco was the only in the mining industry in India who has done the sustainable mining charter with Inauguration. So as you rightly said, the ABG had planned to be net carbon zero by 2050, water neutral by 2050, and there is a plan what would happen, how much we will do in 22, how much we will do in 25, how much we will do in 50. There is a proper plan in place. When we talk about water, there are two concepts it comes, or when you talk about net carbon zero, we divide it into two, beyond defense and within defense. So there are ESG team rigorously working on this, and we are one of those responsible corporates who really look at achieving and creating impact on ground rather than only putting it in plan and saying. Obviously, we do consume a lot of resources that is there for business, and while consuming it, we also ensure that that consumption is sustainable, and how do we give back. For example, I'll just give you a small example. Even when we do mining, before mining, we have a mining closure plan. After 100 years or 80 years, when you close the mine, what are the guidelines that is there? Beyond the compliances, you would always see or ABG group companies are putting up. For example, Ultratech. Ultratech is already saving 10 billion of water in the last 3 years because we are consuming water. So we are responsibly actually giving back. Now, I would like to put that yes, organizations like ABG is working towards it, having the robust plan in place, and every unit having a water task committee, a carbon task committee, but beyond the fence, ensure that because carbon positive is how many green coverage are doing, and that green coverage should be there. It's not that there are a lot of I should not name their companies who are buying the patch of land, the private lands of various states, saying we'll buy this patch and say that we are carbon neutral, but they don't map that today you bought this patch. Actually, is it going to be there after 15 years? Because if the plant is there after 15 years, then only you can be carbon neutral. Today taking us because these kind of when such policies come, people do also try to work behind it or across it and through it. But we are as a responsible company, and we know what we are doing, and we do it. We do it well. That's why I say we know what we are doing, and we do it well. And the entire goal is what is the international goal for being carbon neutral? We have renewable energy. We use power plants, but we ensure that not only the compliance of 10% to be biomass, but we work in solar, wind energy, wherever it is. And notice that we have a large wind energy and solar. We compensated with the solar, the coal plants. We compensated. We have our own coal mines. So we compensated with the renewable energy as well. So we talk about water. We talk about sustainable consumption of coal. There is a plan, and the committees from the corporate till the last unit that is actually doing it are aware, because important thing is what is happening in internationally. National goals, state is not aware. You talk about the state department, you talk about district headquarters. Do they know about corporates? Do they know what is carbon neutral? Do the block office know about it? Do the GPs, the sarkar, do they know about it? But you're here to create change. Change doesn't happen in the AC rooms and the policies. Change has to happen on ground when the last beneficiary that is using, consuming, should realize that this is a change. This is what is our national goal. And we focus
Sure. Thanks, Loka. I think just something which really made me curious in your talk was also the fact that everybody in the organization is aware, and there is a balance which is taking place on both sides. On one side, you are working on extracting metal and doing mining, but in a responsible manner, trying to also work on produce. So there's a bit of a balance. Is that one of the other things that I think going through all my education, we've learned one thing, that what gets measured gets done, or what gets tracked gets done, right? And when we talk of GHGs or carbon emissions, it's not just energy, or it's not just one aspect. I mean, there is tons and tons of opportunities, whether it is food, which is so energy and food, then transport, then whole host of emissions. Is there a tool? Is there an app? Is there a way that you are tracking and reporting the carbon footprint of your organization, or for that matter, outside as well? Because reporting today, while everyone talks of goals, but reporting of the same emissions are also a very, very fledgling stage. Because so any views on those?
rightly said, Aksh. It's it's required that when we are talking about something, has to be a measurement tool to it. And we have this measurement tool in place when we talk about emission, when we talk about water, when we talk about carbon, when we talk about responsible consumption of raw material, how your vendor, how like before I was mentioning, the parts that you're using, the raw material that you're using, where it is coming for, whether it is sourced responsibly to your, whether that organization believes in sustainability, because you may be doing everything, maybe then your ecosystem around you may not be doing it. So we track and we have a mechanism from top till the bottom last. And we everybody do have their own dashboard to look into what they have achieved and what the goal for them for coming 6 months, coming next year. Because we have assigned our goals in these ESG and sustainability parameters.
So thanks, Lupa. I think we have time maybe for just one more question. Sandeep, if I can come to you. And there's so much more awareness which is being spread. I was earlier talking about COP27, it's 27 years. And there are so many conventions, conferences that are taking place in this field. Yeah. But from your perspective, what do you think are the biggest barriers? Why we are only talking and we are, not, there is progress which is being made, but is it enough? First of all, is it a case for issues of adoption of it, or is it a case which is that we're still not grappling, or we're still not able to commit financial measures and sources to it? So what's the reason? What do you think are the barriers for getting us from where we are to where we want to go?
And Daksh, as I was taking my, some of the bullet points which I would be speaking about, the starting was actually what you used the word awareness and adoption. So I think that's where the whole thing starts with. A conference like this, of course, makes that people are keen to be aware about. I come from building consulting fraternity. We are consultants, and we do electromechanical consulting for large projects. I'm very proud to tell you that we've been part of the National Building Code of India Code Committee, where we formulate the policies on buildings primarily, which leads to a better cities to live in. So when you are talking about buildings, I think that's where the whole thing starts as a start point, moving further to which large projects, buildings, and then of course the objective goes to the city being more sustainable, more adaptable, more advanced, and I would use the word scalability as well to come into. What exactly today is happening is we are talking about sustainability, wherein we are talking about the planet, the people, and the profitability all put together. The awareness part of the return of investment is quite high with corporates today. When we do, as engineers, air conditioning systems, which are used to be known as one of the most high energy guzzlers in any given commercial building designs, the selection of glass plays a very important role. The days are gone when people would really look at glass facade buildings. Today, people are looking at, I would use the word All India Institute of Medical Sciences, one of the best examples where they have put shaded windows, when everything is so passively designed that the ingress of heat from the facade of the building is highly controlled. I think as a legacy, we have done best, but of course, we have not been able to create that awareness factor. I would like to put across over here, when we buy across homes, offices, and I'm not going to a large complex or a large project or a corporate here, I'm talking about the common citizen like you and me. It's very good to talk about ITC and other, Infosys and other corporates who are doing their best. But I think the roadmap starts when people like you and me become aware to bring sustainability as a part of our daily walk. I would like to know how many of us are very specific about knowing what is the EPI of the office where you work. When I say EPI, Energy Performance Index, how are you becoming to set in a good EPI reduction as a part of your mission in the organization where you work in? What has been your year-on-year EPI goal, which you have? Look, cost of energy is going high. So electricity bills will go high. What we used to pay 10 years ago and what we used to pay today will be different for sure. But what is important is control mechanisms to actually bring down the energy demand. And from their perspective, I think now another question, which I think we probably need to also address very clearly, is water. In the overall sustainable aspect, water becomes a very important ingredient, not only as a commodity, but also the energy which gets into sourcing water, treating water, distributing water, and heating water. So every drop of water, which is ideally, I would use the word, used efficiently, brings in a very holistic approach of sustainability. Now, the takeaway from any conference or a talk always remains that we go with a commitment back to our system. Sustainability and safety cannot be driven typically by legislation. It has to be driven by awareness. Corporates are adopting it, not because they are driven by legislation. Of course, legislation will come in place. The government has already announced their goals, but at present, nobody is actually insisting for you to provide a LED at your home. The government is promoting the idea of doing it, and you and I are doing it. One question which I would like to put across to the podium over here is, how many of us are actually using water efficient fixtures in our homes? When we go to buy a new basin, a WC, a shower, or a sink, how much are we giving weightage beyond just the look of that fixture? Are we asking, the WC is very prominently known as a 2-button fixture, but how many of us are really looking at a sink that is saving water? US came up with US EPACT, which is known as Energy Policy Act in 1992, which was driving the flow of the tap for a certain discharge so that resultant outcome would be saving of energy. We don't have any such act like that because we are driven more by the fact of awareness. So I think one of the key takeaways are that when we as consumers are very much aware about energy being as a part and parcel of our mission to save, how many of us are actually looking at water saving fixtures and done our research before we are renovating our own bathrooms? Just for the 10-15 seconds more, today we do high-rise buildings, sir, and many of them are being provided with electrical meters for sure for each apartment. But how many of us are actually paying the cost of water for an apartment where you're staying on 13th floor? Are you paying cost of water what you're using, or it comes under your CAM charges? And I think that's where we have to go ahead and make everything which is to be consumed to be metered so that the optimization can be achieved as a part of our commitment.
Sure. Thanks, Adit. I think it's a very interesting topic. We've already started running off time. 12:30 also a lot of time. So I think it's a very a good discussion. It probably cannot end in an hour's time, and we probably need all of us need a lot more time to put across our point of view. And in the closing, I just want to mention that clearly there is a long way for us together as a mankind, individual societies, individual businesses, people, and as a generation. And we owe it to the next generation. And it's time to act, and time to act is now, not after 5 years, not after 10 years. This morning when I was coming, my niece, who's about 9 years of age, was reading her storybook, which had a poem from Robert Frost. And I'm sure you would have heard it also, but very, very, very deep in the sense to say that woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but we all have promises to keep, and to go miles before we sleep, and to go miles before we sleep. So thank you all for being such a nice listener, and for the patience. Thank you.
I thank our distinguished speakers and the audience for this insightful session. I hope we all are taking something away important and insightful from this discussion. On that note, I would request Nadeem sir to present the memento to Mr. Aksh. I would like to request Deep sir to present the memento to Mr. Aksh. I would like to request Geeta ma'am to present the memento to Aksh sir. Please, you. Now I would like to request the Dean Sir to present the memento to Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap Sir. Now I would like to request Imran Khan Suri Sir to present the memento to Mr. Sandeep Goyal. Now I would like to request Shalavaran Sir to present the memento to Mr. Ganga C. Sharma. I would like to request Anna Ma'am to present the memento to Dr. Lopamudra Priyadarshini. So may I request all the dignitaries to have a group photograph with the memento. Thank you so much everyone for gracing us with your presence. Before we have the debate, we have a very special session. For that, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Mr. Avnish Awasthi, sir. Sir, please, may I invite you to the dais? He is the IAS advisor to Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh. Please have a huge round of applause for him. Ralph Emerson believed that the reward of a thing well done is having done it. However, we would be falling short of our duty if we do not recognize a thing well done and encourage it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time we acknowledge the hard work of our sustainable leaders, the leaders who have been struggling and facing many challenges and difficulties to be pioneers. So without any delay, let's move ahead with the award ceremony. Our first awardee is Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap, Vice President, Corporate Social Responsibility. About him, Mr. Anurag brings with him more than 25 years of diversified experience in CSR and community development. At present, he anchors CSR at Cape Gemini, India. Over the past 2 decades plus, he has worked with various grassroots, donor, UN, and research agencies and corporates. His core competency lies in the long-term strategic planning and vision building among diverse stakeholder groups. He specializes in leading organizations towards change and transition management in social development space. May we have a huge round of applause for him. May I invite Rehan Panchuri sir to the stage, please?
Congratulations and a huge round of applause.
Our second awardee is Mr. Ashwinder Singh, CEO, Bhartiya Urban. Ashwinder R. Singh is CEO, Residential Bhartiya Urban, one of the largest integrated township projects in India. He is a well-known entrepreneur in the Indian startup sector, having built Enoro from the ground up as its co-founder and CEO. Mr. Ashwinder serves as the CIR Northern Region Real Estate Community.
A round of applause, please.
May we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ashwinder Singh. It is my pleasure to call the third awardee, Professor Sirajuddin Ahmed. He is currently in charge of the Department of Environmental Science, Faculty of Engineering and Technology at Jamia Millia Islamia. He is a leading expert in the field of environmental engineering and sustainable development. He has developed multiple software for the optimization of constructed wetlands for sustainable sewage treatment. May we have a huge round of applause for our awardee, Professor Sirajuddin Ahmed. It is my pleasure to call our fourth awardee, Mr. Premchand Panduranga, Director IP, Cardo Technical Plastics Private Limited. May we have you? Yes, please, sir. Mr. Premchand Panduranga, age 46 years, is the whole-time Director for Cardo Technical Plastics Private Limited, a UK-based MNC listed in London Stock Exchange. He is a graduate in physics and a postgraduate diploma holder in plastics and processing.
Congratulations. Can we have the awardees on the stage also?
Can we have a group photograph, please?
All four. That's a very good suggestion. Very good one. सर के पास ही खड़े हो, आप लोग तो रोज ही रहते। आप लोग आए। All four.
I think he left.
Yes.
May we have a huge round of applause for all the awardees. On that note, I would like to request Nadeem sir to present the memento to Avnish sir. Now I would like to request Avnish sir. Now I would like to request Aditya sir to share a few words. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. Since Mantriji was there, I could brief about Avnish Awasthi ji, who are a chief guest. His background is he's basically from Kanpur, UP. He's a 1987 batch IAS officer. He has served as GM in many cities of Uttar Pradesh, which includes Azamgarh, Meerut, Gorakhpur, Faizabad, etc., etc. He is the one. If you must have heard about the Mahakumbh, अगर आप लोगों ने सुना होगा जिसमें कि पूरी वर्ल्ड में चर्चा हुई है, and it is in the Guinness Book of World Record also, for more than a 1 month extravaganza. अगर वो सक्सेसफुल हुआ बगैर किसी प्रॉब्लम के और दुनिया भर के लोग आए, इंक्लूडिंग बीबीसी ने जिस तरह से उसको कवर किया, उन्होंने भी कवर किया, अगर वो मैन आदमी जिसको मैं कहूँ तो वो सर है. In fact, this is the first time in the history of Uttar Pradesh कि इतनी बढ़िया बेहतरीन बुक सर ने पब्लिश की बिफोर कुंभ दिल्ली में लॉन्च किया, बिकॉज सर इंफॉर्मेशन भी देख रहे थे, सर होम डिपार्टमेंट भी देख रहे थे, सर टूरिज्म भी देख रहे थे. He had n number of departments and our CM has got full faith on him. He has given his free hand to him. I think जितने भी आप ये जो डेवलपमेंट, जितने भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पिछले 5 साल के आपने जो उनकी सरकार और जब रीप हो रहे फ्रूट्स, अगर किसी का है तो वो सर का 1 मैन शो है. मुझे याद है कि सर कभी भी अपने रूम में नहीं मिलते हैं, कभी वो सीएम के उधर, कभी किसी के यहाँ खुद ही जा के. और आपने देखा कि उत्तर प्रदेश का जो इन्वेस्टर समिट है, ये पीछे रह के काम करते हैं. यूजली तो आप देखिए सामने जो फोटोग्राफ्स हम लोग भी देखते हैं कि हम भी वहां पे मौजूद रहे, हमने इसी को देखा, आईडीसी है और चीफ सेक्रेटरी है. बट जिस व्यक्ति ने पीछे काम किया, इतना बड़ा डेवलपमेंट का काम किया, इतनी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज आए, इतनी सारे डिग्निटीज आए, अगर आप देखें तो इट वाज अगेन sir's capability to call all of them, which include top industries of India, whether it's a Mukesh Ambani, whether it's a Tata's chairman, whether it's Adani, everyone was there, including our hospital chief Dr. Trehan, you name anyone. And in fact सर मैं मंत्री जी से बात कर रहा था, मंत्री जी मुझे उनके घर पे था तो आपसे ही बात कर रहे थे किसी विषय पे काम के लिए, मुझे तब ध्यान आया कि आपकी बड़ी क्लोजनेस है मंत्री जी से. मुझे उसी दिन वो खुद कहने लगे बाद में. तो जो आपने जितना भी आपने डेवलपमेंट वर्क है उत्तर प्रदेश का, अब जो हम रीड कर रहे हैं और आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो सर का किया हुआ है. जिसे कहते हैं ना कि अगर नींव स्ट्रांग होती है तो आप उसमें कितनी भी मंजिल बना लीजिए. और सर की एक दूसरी खासियत तो क्या है, सर की मिसेज जो है सर से ज्यादा फेमस है, वो है मालिनी अवस्थी जी. आप लोगों ने सबने नाम उनका सुना होगा. वो जो है उनका नहीं, पूरी दुनिया में उनका नाम है. और हमारे 2005 के प्रोग्राम में हमने मालिनी जी को अपने यहाँ इनवाइट किया था, मैम आई भी थी. लोकगीत के लिए खास तौर पे बहुत फेमस है. और सबसे हिट अगर आप YouTube में देखेंगे तो सबसे हिट आपको जो है लोकगीत मैडम के ही होंगे. तो सर ये बात किसी को बोलते नहीं है, लेकिन मैडम की बहुत ज्यादा पॉपुलैरिटी है. मतलब आज उस सर को भी कोरिलेट करते हैं बाहर विदेश में, तो मैम को जो है बहुत लोग जो है जानते हैं, क्योंकि ब्यूरोक्रेसी में भले ही इतना जाना ना जाने, लेकिन मैम को बहुत जानते हैं। तो मैम सर का एक ये भी एक बैकग्राउंड है। सर के 2 बच्चे हैं, बोथ आर मैरिड, एंड एट प्रेजेंट सर इज advisor to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. And in the recent past, you must have heard a lot about industrial development, and especially in Gautam Budh Nagar. वो भी सर का ही जो है ब्रेन चाइल्ड है। आज जितनी भी आप टॉप इंडस्ट्रीज जो अब थोड़ी बहुत हमारे यहाँ इस समय, क्योंकि साउथ में भी पहले चली आती थी, जो यहाँ आ रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में, आज वो सर की वजह से है। और शायद यही वजह है कि सर का काम बोलता है, इसी वजह से मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इनको छोड़ा नहीं है। एंड सर से मैं यही दरखास्त करूंगा कि कल नेक्स्ट टाइम भी जो हम लोगों के कोई प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं उसमें हम बुलाते हैं, तो प्लीज इसी तरह शिरकत कीजिएगा। और गिव हिम अ बिग हैंड बिकॉज़ इट कम ऑल द वे फ्रॉम लखनऊ। विल बी फ्लाइंग बैक 4 बजे की फ्लाइट से। इतना बिजी शुरू होने के बाद भी हमारे प्रोग्राम में चीफ गेस्ट बन गया। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Aditya ji. Congratulations to Network India, Shikhar, DSU, your partners in the Sustainable Development Goals, all the participants here in the CSR Summit, and of course all the awardees who were on the stage just now. First of all, I'd like to say that आदित्य जी ने बहुत प्यार से बुलाया है और आपके CSR समिट में आज मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका मिला है। मैं आपकी पूरे संस्था की, शिखर की ओर से जितने लोगों ने इस पूरे को कोऑर्डिनेट किया है, मुझे जो यहाँ इतने प्रेम और गर्मजोशी से बुलाया, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कॉलिंग मी एंड बीइंग विद अ लार्ज ग्रुप ऑफ यंग पीपल आल्सो इन द हॉल हियर टुडे। Secondly, I would like to congratulate all who have worked hard in the area of sustainable development. And I can say this for sure, कि we in the government of UP were working very hard for sustainable goal. और आपको जानकर बहुत खुशी होगी कि विधानसभा में एक दिन का पूरा सेशन केवल UN के सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स पर जो है माननीय जनप्रतिनिधियों के साथ जो है उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने पूरे देश में एक सेशन केवल सस्टेनेबल गोल्स पर चलाया था, जिसमें सभी विभागों को उनका जो है योगदान लेकर हमारे जो लेजिस्लेटर्स हैं उनके लिए सस्टेनेबल गोल्स को आगे बढ़ाया था। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि सस्टेनेबल गोल्स पर जो है मुझे आज यहाँ मौका मिला है। सस्टेनेबल गोल्स में एक गोल ऐसा है जिसमें कि देयर इज ट्रांसपेरेंसी, देयर इज सेफ्टी, देयर इज सिक्योरिटी फॉर ऑल। उस गोल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे गृह विभाग का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान था और मैं उसका नोडल ऑफिसर भी था स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में। सो आई एम सो वेरी हैप्पी टू कम बैक टू द वेरी सेम एरिया ऑफ सस्टेनेबल गोल्स where we have done a lot of work and which I can say UP has moved forward. I am here for CSR, and on the CSR what I would like to state to you is, having worked in the disability sector in Government of India, this is one sector which was driven largely by the CSR initiatives of various CPSUs, various private sector companies and various other organizations which moved forward. You know that the new act for disability came in the came with the full force of the Government of India, and this new act provided a large number of safeguards for persons with disability, which included accessibility, sustainability। अगर चाहिए हमको तो हमको कहीं ना कहीं अपने जो बिल्कुल लास्ट में लोग हैं उनको भी एक्सेसिबल जो है स्टेटस दे सकें। अगर हम रेलवे स्टेशन में जाएं तो एक आदमी जो व्हील चेयर पर है वो भी ट्रेन चढ़ सके, अगर कोई आदमी व्हील चेयर पर है वो एरोप्लेन में चढ़ सके, अगर कोई ब्लाइंड व्यक्ति है तो वो अगर जाना चाहे तो वो मेट्रो में भी सफर कर सके, अगर कोई ब्लाइंड व्यक्ति है तो किसी होटल में विदाउट एनी सपोर्ट वो रुक सके। तो ये जो पूरा एरिया सस्टेनेबिलिटी का है, इस एरिया का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ये है कि जो हमारे बिल्कुल लास्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी है उनको भी कैसे हम मेन स्ट्रीम में शामिल कर सके, ये एक एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग ने काफी काम किया था एक्सेसिबिलिटी पर। दूसरा एक जो महत्वपूर्ण एरिया है जहां डिसेबिलिटी में हम लोग ने काम किया थ्रू CSR, थ्रू CPSUs like ONGC, like Indian Oil, like other organizations, was in the area of AIDS and assistive devices. आज की तारीख में अगर बच्चा डेफ है और within 6 months पता ही लग जाता है कि बच्चा डेफ है कि नहीं है. So you know, how many of you know that there is something called a cochlear implant? If you put a cochlear implant into the child early in his childhood days, then there is a time that within 2 or 3 years he can be trained to hear, and within 5 years of his birth he would be almost equivalent to any normal child. And this is where AIDS and assistive devices do a lot of work in the CSR area, and I'm sure a large number of representatives are here from the CSR side who would be working with disabled persons. Then I would also like to state that for disability, we have a very challenging area, which is the area of mental disability. And this is what the area where a lot of work needs to be done. This is the area where a lot of experts need to come forth and take things forward. ये जो पहले हम लोगों ने जो हमारे गुर्जर साहब आए थे, ये हमारे मिनिस्टर थे उस समय, उसी सेक्टर में मैंने चूंकि काम किया था और यहाँ CSR के साथ बहुत सारे लोग मौजूद हैं. निश्चय ही मैंने सोचा कि ये पुराना जो पूरा काम किया हुआ है इसमें CSR में जरूर आप लोगों को आना चाहिए, बिकॉज CSR में अगर आप डिसेबिलिटी के सेक्टर में आ जाएंगे, आप जो है विमेन एंड चाइल्ड के सेक्टर में आ जाएंगे, आप जो बिल्कुल समाज के अंतिम व्यक्ति जो हमारे गांव जहां बिल्कुल कहीं कुछ नहीं है, अगर उन सेक्टर्स में आ जाएंगे, and if we can pull the people who are at the last of the society forward, obviously we in India, when we want to move into the international domain and become a world power, it is possible and only possible if we are able to take all and everyone within our, all and every citizen within our country powerful. What I would say, he and she should be strengthened so that they can become powerful citizens in the country and contribute to the national economy. The second issue which Aditya has very strongly brought forth is what UP has been. I am pretty clear regarding this, that under the chief ministership of our chief minister, UP has done well in almost every area that one can think of, whether it is in the area of law and order, whether it's in the area of infrastructure, whether it's in the area of women and child development, whether it's in the area of dairy development, whether it's in the area of agriculture, whether it is in the area of industry, whether it's in the area of IT, whether it's in the area of data centers. So you name it, and UP has come forth, and I'm so very happy that yesterday I saw a news item in one of the financial newspapers where after Maharashtra, the largest number of companies have been registered in UP in the last 3 years, despite COVID. COVID has been a big challenge for our country, and we in Uttar Pradesh have, under the chairmanship of our chief minister, faced COVID in all respects. I was also part of that team, and I can say this here, that COVID, which has brought down a large number of countries, have suffered badly economically, socially, medically. We in India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, have moved forth, and with the policies that were brought on the ground in the areas of medical side, in the area of economic side, have definitely formulated a system where we have faced this challenge as no other country in the world would have done. So this is another area in the CSR sector where those people who have suffered due to COVID could also be an area of operation. I know of large number of old people who have suffered during COVID, and it is this area again which can be looked into for our people to take things forward. Aditya ji has brought forth a large number of very positive things. It takes a lot of time to bring forth what Uttar Pradesh has done. I am pretty sure with the leadership which is being taken by Uttar Pradesh, we in our country will definitely reach what is the target for us, which is $5 trillion for the nation. And we in Uttar Pradesh have put a target for us of $1 trillion, where we all will work hard as citizens of the state and the country to take things forward. I once again like to, I would also like to mention Kumbh, because that's the point from where it all started. The Kumbh was a challenge. It is the UNESCO world's largest congregation of people which goes on without an invite. If you just Google Kumbh, you will see a lot of inputs from UNESCO. Kumbh is a place to be. And the last Kumbh was in 2019, where the Uttar Pradesh government took it as a challenge. Almost 24 to 25 crore people, which is 240 to 250 million people attended Kumbh. It all happens by its own. People on a self-sustaining basis, if I may use the word, come together, come forth with the help of the government, with the help of the akhadas, with the help of the saints, with the help of all and everyone on the ground. It all falls into place, and I'm so very happy that the entire Kumbh in 2019 went out very well. All and everyone in the country were there at the Kumbh, and of course, now the next Kumbh will be in 2025. All and everyone should go to the Kumbh to see the Swachh Kumbh, to see the Bhavya Kumbh, to see the sustainable Kumbh. And this is where I would say that, well, it is an example, a glowing example of the success for the state of Uttar Pradesh. So I am so very happy once again to be here. Thank you very much for calling me. I would have to take leave because I'll be back in Lucknow. I once again like to thank all and everyone who have been awarded today. And I would like to state that, well, there was one point which was made by one of our speakers: use less water, use less electricity, use less of our natural resources. Don't waste them at least, and teach this to your own children, teach this to your own family, so that we all together in the country can save our resources and make our country and the world sustainable. Thank you very much.
सर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, एक हमारा नोएडा से बच्चे आए हुए हैं एनजीओ के, और वो आपके हाथ से हमें बहुत ज्यादा उनका वो है, पुष्कर शर्मा, इन्होंने बहुत जबरदस्त काम किया हुआ नोएडा में। और सब यंगस्टर्स हैं, तकरीबन 500 यंगस्टर्स हैं। एक कॉल पे, चाहे अथॉरिटी का कॉल हो, चाहे यमुना अथॉरिटी का कॉल हो, कोई भी काम हो, 50 जने विद इन 10 मिनट सब इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं ये, और सर ये आउट ऑफ द वे जाके काम करते हैं। आइए पुष्कर जी।
Thank you very much, sir. His presence. Now we are moving towards the next technical session. So I would like to just invite Sukhjeevan Kaur, who is the host for the next part of the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you, and a very warm welcome to you all to this wonderful tech session organized by Shikhar Organization for Social Development. I would like to thank you all to the esteemed guests for joining us here today. This session will be a discussion about green growth and sustainable development. Green growth is a term to describe a hypothetical path of economic growth that is environmentally sustainable. Sustainable growth is characterized by one simple rule: new customers come from the action of past customers. So with this, now starting with the session, It is my immense pleasure to invite Professor Kamna Sachdeva on the dais as the chairperson of the session. She has more than 14 years of experience of teaching and research in the applied and allied fields of environmental sciences. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Karan, DM CEO, ONGC Foundation. Over 25 years of corporate experience and blended with the in-depth experience with grassroots social organizations, held senior manager roles in companies like Kyocera Wireless, Global Edge Software, and ISOL Group. Mr. Karan. Next, I may invite Mr. Deepak Shankar, Head CC, BSES Reliance Infrastructure Limited. Been in communications industry for almost 20 years, have managed multifaceted companies across industries, spearheading communications and CSR BSES. Mr. Deepak Shankar. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh. He currently serves as the CEO Residential at Bhartiya Urban, one of the India's largest integrated townships. Previously, he was CEO Residential, JLL India and UAE, and Group Business Head Bajaj Housing Finance, responsible for retail and wholesale lending. Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Premchand Pandurangan, Director, Kalu Technical Plastics Private Limited. Mr. Premchand Pandurangan, aged 46 years, is the whole-time Director for Kalu Technical Plastics Private Limited, a UK-based MNC listed in London Stock Exchange. He is a graduate in physics and postgraduate diploma holder in plastics processing and testing. Mr. Premchand Pandurangan. Please give a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to call upon stage the students of Shikhar to honor our esteemed guests.
First of all, I would like to thank all the audiences who are patiently sitting here without tea and without any refreshment, but taking us to the last session. And this session is on the green growth and sustainable development. And we purposefully planned this session under two sub-thematics, sustainable mobility, way forward, and leveraging digitization from climate compatible cities. So I know we have a very less time and we have esteemed panel with us. So already introduction of the panel is there. So we have Ashwinder with us, we have Mr. Premchand with us, and Mr. Deepak with us to discuss these two sub-thematics with us. So I just opened the discussion by saying that green growth is basically three things we need to understand when we talk about green growth in sustainable cities. First is what, why, and how. So what is very clear that we need to achieve green growth, and why, to have a better livability index in the cities, and having a sustainable lifestyle and better life for our next generation. And how is basically is our choice, how we achieve that. So the basic mantras for this is 5. You work on energy consumption, you work on energy production, you work on water consumption, you work on green mobility, and you work on city administration. And city administration means buildings and how you do it. Energy production means how you make it more sustainable. Energy utilization, how you make it demand side management more sustainable. Water is another area. So these are the 5 mantras to achieve that. So what I say that how you do it, we have that mantra. But what is our willingness to do that? Where industry partnership, where our urban local bodies partnership and research institution partnership is very, very important. And definitely, I give you example of Copenhagen and Singapore. These are the 2 most sustainable cities in the world. How they do it? They brought their policy debates to the table for all the generations, youngsters and the old generations, and able to achieve it in a full-fledged manner. So the pledge is that we will share and debate our policies with our all young generation and the older generation and learn from their examples and experiences. And that is the outcome where Singapore and Copenhagen, we achieve the best sustainable cities we have. So we have a panel. I open the discussion with the panel. So I'm starting with Mr. Deepak. So Deepak, I just give a mic to you that if you could like on these 2 sub-thematics which we have chosen for the session.
Yeah, thanks, Kamna, and good afternoon, everybody. See, I work in power sector, and I'll start with the example that Delhi is setting up right now. Of course, achieving sustainable goal is a long, very, very long-term journey. But I think we have started well, though we have started late, but we have started well. I just give you the example that my company is doing. Apart from the regular CSR that we keep doing on green part, that happens on a city-specific basis. But we have almost 50 lakh consumers in Delhi now. We have 2 power distribution companies, BSES Rajadhani and BSES Rajadhani. And 30% of the power, and many of you must be our consumers. So around 30% of the power that you consume today is from the green resources. And by end of 23-24, 50% of the power that will be supplied by us will be from the green resources. I tell you why it's possible. In the earlier session, one of our speakers said that an idea can be sustained only when it makes economic sense. That's true not only for the corporates, but it's also true for the households. Because at the end of the day, and everybody looks at how much the new idea is costing me. In the power sector, the green energy can be sustained. It's more economical than the thermal power or the fossil power that we produce. Per unit thermal power costs around 5.5 to 6 rupees per unit. But green energy that we are buying today and we are supplying costs around 3 rupees. So that's the big change that this government and Prime Minister Modi has brought in. That he has pushed green energy to the threshold. Now we are 10th in the world in terms of producing the green energy. And can you imagine, it's a silent revolution that's taking place. And by the end of next year, 50% of the power that will be supplied by us will be from green resources. And the best part is that it will be economical than the power that we are buying from the resources. So that's a big thing. So one thing is that the changes has to happen at the strategic level. That's one example that I gave you. Second part of the success of any campaign on any new idea is how you and I as end consumers, how you and I adopt it and how you and I sustain it. So we can sustain it because one, it's economical, and second, because there is so much awareness about using sustaining things. I was just attending a seminar a few days back, and one of the CEOs of a paper company said that this one paper can be reused 6 times. Recycling and reuse 6 times, and this company, their company is already doing it. So that's the kind of initiatives that various corporates are taking. But to come to the consumer level, I think it requires more awareness, and more awareness not only at the media level, but maybe at the school, college, and at the society level, and most importantly at the parental level. Only when we follow something, kids will adopt only by seeing our examples. So these are the two things that we can do. I can see happening. One at the strategic level, that is happening at the corporate level, and second at the end consumer level, at your and mine. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Nikhil, and giving an insight about your company's, commitment towards green growth and net zero targets, and plus giving us, a message that it's our responsibility, to move towards net zero and giving better world for our next generation. So I move to Ashwinder. Ashwinder, Deepak has talked about renewable energy and how other corporates are taking commitment for that. How do you see that the green infrastructure, be it be in mobility or be it be in renewable energy plants? So HVCs, RE solutions, green growth. So how do we see CSR, can contribute in this? And how much is it important that corporates should participate in fulfilling the goal of, national government, who are putting us into pressure by giving international commitments as well? So
thank you, Kamra. It's a privilege to be part of such a unique event. My congratulations to you, Mr. Aditya. My congratulations to Nadine. My congratulations to everybody who's kind of organized this. There are two things that we are trying to discuss. I really want to simplify the conversation because I'm seeing some very confused people who are listening to data, who are listening to many things. It might sound a little technical and all. So I want to simplify this conversation. We are talking of two things. We are talking about green buildings. We are talking about sustainable development. I come from a construction and a development background. I was earlier a banker. And then we are talking about the role of CSR in the whole thing. If I talk about the role of CSR, the amount of money that we require to build sustainable real estate development in India, the amount that comes is only 25%. So there is a huge shortage of CSR funds, especially in sustainable and green development in India. And to kind of put this figure on an absolute value, it is around $100 billion of gap, which means you need $1,000 billion by the end of 2030 to achieve what you want to achieve. So in this area, there's a lot of requirement, which is there. A lot of companies, a lot of corporates are getting into CSR, but this is a high capital requirement area. In terms of absolute number, India is number 2 in terms of green buildings, just after America. But yes, there is greenwashing, there is rainbow washing. When we talk of greenwashing, we talk about the green buildings, but they actually, after a year or 2 years, there are no regular audits that happen. So we really don't know whether they are green buildings or not. So a lot of effort is going to improve that. There is rainbow washing, where we say that, you're doing these stuffs to create a brand. You should do that. But in the end, it should be sustainable, because we're talking about sustainability. And doing a sustainable development or getting into a green building, it is design at the heart. You can make 1,000 square feet home look like 1,500 square feet with good design. And you can make a 1,500 square feet home look like 1,000 square feet with a bad design. A good design can make you more livable. After COVID, it is not really important what is inside a home. It is also important what is outside a home. How green your area is, how well sunlit is, do we conserve energy, etc. and etc. For example, on HVAC, let me give you an example, Amna, that Titan, main head office in Bangalore has been built without any air conditioning. So there are locations, Bangalore is 1,000 meters above sea level, and there are locations where you don't need an air conditioner, and they have led by example by building their corporate office without any air conditioner. And that is what we need to do. We need to find out which are first of the locations where you can do it. And it is not just green, it has saved them a lot of money, it is saving the environment a lot of stuff. So we need to get a little more creative about it. It is a complex subject. There are a lot of stakeholders involved in it. But the reason that we are discussing this, and a lot of people are discussing this now much more than what they were discussing in the last few years, means that this is on the top of agenda. And like many other things, our country will kind of become a leader in this. Maybe in the next 10 to 15 years, we should be right there on the map among the top 3 countries which are going to be doing some spearheading, groundbreaking work on sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Shikhar. And the student has put light that solutions are there. People are working towards it. So it's not that we don't have solution in hand. So we have solution in hand. So, but only thing is that we are here, we are committed. That is why we are here, and definitely we see a bright light in the future. So Mahatma Gandhi once said that what we do today is our actually future. So actually, what we are doing today and discussing CSR and why it is important for making cities livable is actually our beside our future. So on that, Shri, thank you for giving such examples. So I move to Mr. Krishan. And I would like to hear from you that how integrated approaches are important and effective for sustainable transition of cities.
Good morning, good afternoon to all. Namaste. प्रेमचंद पांडुरंगन, बैंगलोर में बैंगलोर रूरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमारा कंपनी उधर था. हम कॉर्पोरेट बोलते हैं उधर. वी आर ए वेरी स्मॉल कंपनी. We don't know. We did our CSR in a way, such a way that definitely it goes to the people. They get a benefit. वहां से हम किसी को नहीं पता, हम इतना कर रहे थे, मगर कैसे भी शिकार को हमारा बारे में पता चल गया. उसमें उन्होंने मेरे को बुलाया, अदर कुछ फैसिलिटेट किया. बट आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू शिकार. And again, CSR is very close to my heart. And as a whole-time director, I used to spend a very focused project. And especially on this sustainable mobility and this particular topic, the provision of service and the infrastructure to the people and the goods for the weaker section and the social development for today's requirement as well as future. And it should be in such a way very easily accessible, resilient and cheapest, and it should be sustainable for long period. So that's the way 3 years back मैं इधर कुछ क्या करना बोलने के लिए नहीं आया, हमने क्या किया उसको आप सबको बताने के लिए आया हूँ. So in the year 2018-19 we were supposed to do some project. We selected, we approached one of the सरपंचायत, उनसे बात किया था. उन्होंने बोला था हमारा कुछ problems है, ऐसे ऐसे हो रहे थे. Then we designed a kind of projects that decomposed along with e-mobility. अभी सब घर में से जाके वो कचरा वगैरह निकालने आने के लिए ई-मोबिलिटी का गाड़ी दिया था, और उसी गाड़ी को एक डिकम्पोस्ट करके उसमें से उसको रीयूज करते थे. It goes back to the farmers. That's a way from the year 2018 to 19, our CSR efforts, which we have given the e-mobility for collecting the waste and doing the decompost, is been really very good, sustainable, and if I calculated correctly, with that process, approximately around 900 kgs of carbon has been eliminated with that process, if you try to see with that approach. And one another contribution what we done is, in the same next year, following year 2019-20, we installed 120 numbers of solar-based LED lights across the village, so that village during that, when the sun goes down, the LED lights automatically ons and it avoids the electricity energy. And but still I am trying to work it out. It also created quite a number of kgs of carbon has been eliminated. So we are trying to create the village is been very much sustainable, that in such a way that they are not going to acquire many of the resources so that they spend the money, where the village is spending that money what they have spent on the electricity and the composter and bringing the vehicle, everything is been bring down and they are been utilizing it for some other purpose. So that's the way every corporate should be think that how they can not just spend the money, but how the livability of the people and the surrounding is been getting benefited, and obviously it grows up. So that's what my my talk today. That this way we are focusing on the sustainable development goals. In the coming year also we are trying to innovative, because here there are plenty of ideas have been come. Definitely I am going to bring many of these ideas, and sooner than later we are going to implement those ideas in our coming years. Thank you, sir.
So that's very inspiring to hear that even grassroots solutions and connecting these grassroots solutions can provide us, useful solution to make cities, green, and also the transition is possible using grassroots solutions. So, Deepak, I would like to hear from you a very small input from your side that how do you see supporting breakthrough solutions in sustainability era? For example, use of pilot R&Ds, startups, skilling of youth is important, for these green transition. And I see that there is a lot of green jobs opportunities also come up from the infrastructure structure. So Ashwinder again helping in that, because in fact we have to move to green infrastructure. So green jobs are, which come. So how do you see these breakthrough solutions to pilot R&Ds and supporting those R&Ds through CSR is possible and important?
Thanks, Kana. I'll again start with our examples that we are doing, the work that we are doing in day-to-day working life. In Delhi, 5,000 people have already installed rooftop solar on their roofs. And that is only in 70% of Delhi where we supply power. There may be more in Tata Power area. So, and together they are producing 135 megawatts. So it's an idea that you install rooftop solar and you generate some energy, you earn some money out of it. We are supporting that idea. We have got, I think, consultants or vendors or partners, business partners, who are startups in their own way. And they are going and they are installing those rooftops to consumers who are interested. So that's one thing we are supporting. Second, internally, we have 90 vehicles which are e-vehicles now, including 4-wheelers and 2-wheelers. And we use that for internal purposes. Now we are setting up e-charging stations at various locations in India. We are not a land owning agency, we are a power distribution. So wherever we get land, we have a tie-up with other agencies like PWD, and even consumers like you. If you think that e-charging stations should be installed at your place, we can go and do that. So by doing that, you can earn some money and we can supply more electricity. That will be green. So these are the ideas that we are supporting Delhi. And Delhi, the fortunate part in Delhi is both central government and state government are pushing a lot of giving a lot of subsidies, giving a lot of support to this e-vehicle ecosystem. Whether you put e-charging stations or whether you buy e-vehicles, both the governments are supporting a lot, and it's picking up. I think Delhi, very soon, in a matter of a year or so, Delhi will be called the e-vehicle capital of India. So these are the small things which are making big differences already. These are the things we are supporting.
Thank you, Deepak, for giving us information about that, how Delhi is performing in the sustainability index particularly. So I can see the audience are quite very quiet in the sense that they are not participating. So if you allow, then I can take a few questions. So that any questions, any input, comment, or sustainability solutions they are adopting at their end. So we would be happy as a panel to understand and see that how, as a you can say, citizen cooperation is required always to make such transitions. So anything, any question, comments, anything from the audience side? Yeah, please. I think you can ask something. You can speak without the mic also.
My question to you is that when we talk about sustainability, why sustainability is always away from being cost effective? Because whenever we talk about sustainability, we have this mindset that okay, the things will be much more expensive than the other options which are easy available. So if we can look into that, I think that can also help to reach to the grassroots. It can be. I would like to do this one.
See, one of the things that has been discussed since morning is that sustainability is also about awareness. It is a fallacy because, you know, a lot of people don't know what sustainability is all about. People know sustainability in bits and pieces because we are not all experts in sustainability. I'm a real estate finance professional, so I'm talking about sustainability, but I'm not an expert in sustainability till the time I got into it. So it's a very good question, ma'am, because when you make sustainable green buildings, which are IGBC certified, data says that you save 20 to 30% in terms of energy cost. Now, that energy cost is a recurring cost. You have to pay electricity bill every month. Now, people don't understand that. So you have to basically understand that the capital that is going in might be a little high, but over a period of 3 to 4 years, when you are living in that house, you actually start saving more. If you look at India, see, the irony is that the entire Bharat, not India, has always been making sustainable homes. You go to Himachal, you go to Punjab, you go to Rajasthan, you go to Coimbatore, you go to Mysore, you go to the early parts of Bangalore. We all northeast, homes are made of bamboo, clay, so much of recycled stuff. But we forgot our own style because we got so much enamored by the West when the industrialization took place. Metros came into play. That some of the good things that we knew, we forgot. We should have adopted. So we know what sustainability is, and it is expensive when you look at the capital value. But now there are a lot of prop tech companies. Prop tech companies are the startups that are coming up in the property space, which are coming up with recycled tiles, which are as tough as concrete, which are cost effective as well as sustainable. You have a lot of you have new toilets coming in which are waterless toilets. You are getting with a lot of LED was just one start. There's been a lot of improvement in the way LEDs are also being made. So over a period of time, we will see a lot of these startups coming in, their products getting used. These startups are made in India. These startups have IITians and everybody thinking about it. I am privy to some of the startups where we are making pavements from tiles which are made of plastic, which are renewed and made of plastic, compressed plastic, and it is doing very well. So it is a fallacy, and it is not a fallacy. It is a little high cost, but over a period of time, it is far more efficient, far more productive, and it is very good on your pocket also. So over a period of time, you will see this education also coming into play, a lot of new companies coming into play, and things really going in the right direction that we want to.
Thank you. I will try to add up some more points here. Very basic, very important thing which you would like to see is like a solar powers. Solar powers 5 years ago, it was very, very heavy costly, and we cannot able to afford it. But what happened now with the kind of Tata Power and many of the corporates are coming up with an option of OPEX, that you don't need to spend anything. You just make it a kind of commitment for next 20 years with any of the corporates, and they get the power with a very subsidized. And the power costs are going around 30% down. After certain years, 15, 20 years, your power costs are going to be nil. You can able to think of like a corporates, like a companies can able to spend that money and they can think of 20 years ahead. But for a householder, how they can able to think? It's very, very unusual. But still they can able to use the solar panels and they can use all their lightings in a very affordable way. It's all coming down. Many of the solar panel companies are coming up with many options to make it those kind of sustainable cars. One more point, few years ago, maybe 5 to 6 years ago, we thought every light is somewhat 60 watts or 90 watts, these bulbs. And when the government is made such a massive production of LED lights, you can able to think, 12 watts, why is such a high, heavy 12? I should be go with only 7. I should be go with only 10. Purely because of awareness of the people, and the second thing is massive production. And the government of Karnataka in one such a way, they are giving the affordable LED lights at only 70 to 80 rupees. When you try to buy it at the market, it is 200 rupees. That's the way people used to save the money, and the durability of that particular light is years together. Maybe 2 years. I've been using in my one of the house, it is 2 years when LED light is coming. I never changed it for so much of time, and it's only 10 watts. Previously, we were using the 90 watts, 60 watts, where the consumption is such a high level for every house. Now, the cost of the lights are little higher, but your usage, the consumption, everything is coming down. So that's the way the awareness makes the sustainability much closer, and also government is doing a lot of activities to make it affordable. So that's the point I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, giving us that.
Kamna, which is very important, I think the audience should know. Everybody knows SaaS, which is software as a service, right? Now there is a company in Singapore which is doing air conditioning as a service. So you only pay for the operating cost of the air conditioning, and you only pay when you are using the air conditioning. So when you're only using the air conditioner, one, you're using less, and you're only paying when you're doing it. So these are some of the innovations. In terms of solar power, sir, there is a company called Enphase in United States of America. It is an IoT solar power company which also checks how your energy consumption is working. And the solar plant is a retail solar plant. And they would know that, okay, this time you use the drawing room, this time you use the bedroom. This is how, when you're not using the bedroom and your bedroom consumption is going up, that means nobody was there in the bedroom, but the light was on. So there is a lot of innovation that is happening on this aspect across the world.
So thank you, Shrinder, and the esteemed panel who has given a lot of information about what is green growth means to us and how we can go through that transition. So the sum which I do for this panel is this, that the mantra of our Prime Minister also is that vocal for local, bigger to smaller, because first we talk about bigger cities and now we are saying smaller cities, business centers, so that, the houses should be walking away, offices should be walking away. You make cities more sustainable by making it compact, smaller. So bigger to smaller, being use local things and the awareness. And another important point is that we are talking about sustainable mobility. It does not mean only e-vehicles. It talks about good pedestrian, good cycling paths. And in India also, if you go to Sikkim, the Gangtok is one of the city which I find that beautiful pedestrians and beautiful cycling paths are there. So we have examples. We have cities who are doing it. But we are trying. Delhi is going to be beautiful soon for cyclists as well. I hope so. So we have solution. We can do this transition. And right now, I can say that as a India, we are ready for this transition. So thank you all panelists to be part of this panel and giving your experience insights on the sustainable solutions. So thank you for the patient audiences and.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our experience? Thank you so much for such an insightful session. Now, moving forward, I would request Gajnal Mali sir to come up on stage and present the memento to Deepak sir.
Mali, founder member of 10 years.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Rahul sir to present the memento to Ashwinder sir.
Thank you.
Next, I would request Ashwini sir to come up on stage and present the memento to Prem Chand Pandurangan sir. Moving forward, I would request Deepak sir to come up on stage and present the memento to Kamna ma'am.
साइड से थोड़ा सा
May I request all the esteemed dignitaries to rise up for a group photograph?
Sir, I.
Smile, please.
Thank you.
Our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems abstract and turns into a reality for all our world's people. But a pessimist always complains about the wind, while an optimist tries to change it and leader adjusts the state. And we are here to appreciate such optimistic, sustainable leaders through the 10th National CSR Summit. I, Sujeevan Kaur, welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony. Let me first acknowledge the presence of some of our eminent guests. I would like to call upon stage Aditya sir, Naveen sir, R.K. Suri sir, Ved Pratap Vedic sir, Hanif Qureshi sir, I would request Mr. Rehan sir to take over.
Thank you very much, Sujeevan, for I think in the interest of the time, we are just waiting for our chief guest and guest of honor for valedictory session. They're just about to reach. I think it would take another 5 minutes. हमारे एक बहुत ही सीनियर सहाफी जर्नलिस्ट ललित सर तशरीफ ले आए हैं. I welcome him. So welcome, sir. So as this is the valedictory session, and it has been clubbed with the award ceremony. Just to, because we have already discussed, deliberated upon the theme, and in the valedictory ceremony, generally we are recognizing the work of individuals, in businesses, academia, corporate houses, and social organizations. So now this is the time for the recognition, and we have with us Mr. Vedic. Sir is a very senior journalist, renowned philanthropist, and a philosopher also. He is a writer. He is world-renowned person in the field of journalism. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. In the award sector, because we could not get the time as Mr. Avasthi had to leave, so we just gave away few awards at that time, just because of that, because Mr. Avasthi was the chief guest of this session, but he had to fly back. We just preponed that session and we gave away few awards at that time because awardees had to fly again to Bangalore and some other place. So now I just would like to tell you what all these awards, we have 2-3 segments like one is corporate house, individual, academia, and this time we have included a category of the students. This time, and you know, Indian students are known globally, and this time, or I must say the first time, they have achieved unprecedented record globally. And of course, when this award will be given, presenter will talk about them. So this is the new category we added this year. This is the first time when we are awarding students who worked in sustainability. So whenever there are themes, because you know, as our summit is always on one theme and aligned with the sustainable development goals, this time it is on sustainability. So that's why all the awardees are from the field, all their contribution towards sustainability, and we are recognizing their contribution to that. Other awardees are, again, as I'm telling you, as we have already given the person who has worked from the academia side, we have already given that award, and few more organizations are left, and we identified our award committee has, because our procedure is a little different. We identify the organizations. We are not, and there are some nominations also from our partners and two big organizations of this country. We have selected them for their work towards sustainability. So this is basically the brief about awards. We have around 6 awardees. Those are left. We will give away awards immediately after this ceremony. Now this is the time to hear from our guests also. But before that, I would like to run through the project. Please welcome Mr. Hanif Qureshi, who is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries. He is an IPS officer, 1996 batch. Mr. Hanif is, he recently moved from renewable energy to heavy industries, sir. Because this was the transition when we invited him, we requested him to grace this occasion in the valedictory ceremony. At that time, he was Director General of Renewable Energy, Haryana. He was also Secretary to Department of Renewable Energy there. He was DG of Haryana. That time we requested him, but in the meantime, he shifted and now he became the Joint Secretary in Heavy Industries. Again, sir, I just would like to praise you one thing. In the inauguration was done by Honorable Minister of State, Shri Krishan Gurjar. And he is State Minister for Power and Heavy Industries, and we are again privileged enough to welcome you in the valedictory session. So it is again related with power and heavy industries, and that is again connected to the theme. So now, thank you very much for all your patience, as we are little delay in this timing due to some changes in the program. So I just hand over podium to Sukhjeevan Kaur for further contribution. Thank you very much.
May I call Mr. Hanif Qureshi sir to share his valuable thoughts with us today.
Good afternoon, friends. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And thanks to Mr. Yansuli, Mr. Aditya Gurjar, and all of the friends who have kindly invited me here. Sustainability, I think this is the theme which runs across most government departments as well as private industries. We have to leave the world for our children in a way that what we have taken from the planet, are we giving that to the planet or not? Are we taking away more now for our own selfish use and not leaving anything for the future generations? If you look at the COP26 summit, which was held in Glasgow last year, because now the COP27 is on. The climate change goals, which were broadly agreed by all the countries, and the 5 principles which were also enunciated by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri. One of them was to achieve net zero by 2070, but the other was to have 50% of our energy from renewable energy sources. Because I have been associated with renewable energy in Haryana for a long time. So we have been in the state, we have been our Secretary Renewable Energy Department, and also we have a state public sector which is HREDA, Haryana Renewable Energy Development Agency. So our mandate and our charter in Haryana was to align our sustainable development goals with the SDGs which were agreed upon in COP26. And one of them was to achieve 50% of the energy which we are using, the renewable energy sources. And this target, seemed very far away. But if you look at the aim which was set by the Honorable Prime Minister, that was 175 gigawatts till 2022. That was the aim. And that has already been achieved. Earlier, India was not following what is renewable energy, what is not. Earlier, the hydroelectric power was not included in the renewable energy. Big hydro was a separate, and renewable energy only had wind, solar, mostly wind and solar, but small hydro also. So the power minister last year, so he, saw this anomaly, Mr. R.K. Singh. He said that hydro is also renewable, that should be included. And when we include the hydro energy into our energy mix, we find that we have crossed 50%, much before the end of 2022, in terms of this 175 gigawatts production. But of course, by 2030, the entire country's power generation, that we have to achieve 50% of energy. And that is a goal towards which all of us are working. If you look at the diversity of India, then there are states which are very solar surplus, and states like Haryana. Haryana is a rural area where it is agriculture-based state. We do not have much land, so Haryana can never have so much solar power. So very good market mechanism has been created by the government of India, and market mechanism is through the RPOs, the renewable power obligations. So there is about 12% of energy has to be produced by RPO through the means of RPO. So if a state is not able to produce that energy, they can borrow from other states. So solar rich states like Rajasthan, like Andhra and Karnataka. Andhra and Karnataka have more than 6,000, 7,000 megawatts of solar power. But Haryana has, in Haryana, we have about 12,000 megawatt is the power demand of Haryana, out of which about 1,200 megawatts is only solar. So it is very less. But through this market mechanism, we can import power from there. And government has made all interstate transmission of solar energy and wind energy free of cost. So that is how this one nation, one grid concept given by the Honorable Prime Minister. If there is a one grid, if there is excess solar energy somewhere, then that can be transported to power deficient states. So that is a very nice way, whereas the diversity of the country can be utilized for achieving our clean energy goals. But we also have to be conscious that while proceeding to these clean energy goals, we develop our capabilities also. We do not bank too much upon foreign aid or foreign made goods. So if I talk about solar energy, the solar modules which are made, they are mostly made in China. And India was importing a lot of solar modules from China. The domestic industry, it is producing solar cells and solar modules, but in a very less quantity. We are not able to meet our own demand. So the government has introduced a PLI scheme, whereby if you make solar cells here, then the government will give you incentives. That will encourage our local industry. Because in the next 10 to 20 years, you can be sure that the demand for solar modules as well as wind turbines, as well as machines which generate clean energy, that will go up very high around the world. If we are able to boost our production capabilities, not only we can satisfy our own demand, but probably we can export also. What China is doing to Africa, they are exporting all these things to the African continent. We can do the same. So I think the Make in India program is getting a big push through the PLI schemes. Of course, now I am in the heavy industries and we deal with the automobile sector there and with the heavy electricals. The government also has started a PLI, which is the Production Linked Incentive Scheme in automobile sector, particularly in the Industry 4.0, which is the latest technologies in autos and auto components, and also testing of these technologies. हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी तो है, but whether that is giving the desired result or not, it has to be tested. Those testing facilities are being built up in India. So I think the future is we have a ray of hope. We are, strengthening our manufacturing capabilities, developing indigenous technologies, and developing ways and means to test those technologies. And of course, the government alone cannot do it. There has to be the participation of private sector, of academia, and of NGOs in this. And that role is not only through awareness, which is of course very important, but also you look at the latest technologies which are being developed by the private sector. Of course, government can provide the framework, but the R&D and the innovation, that has to be done by the private sector. And that is being done. Look at our exports in the automobile sector, in engineering goods. They are rising. There are a large number of countries which are taking our goods. I would also like to share a little bit of my experience with we have large amount of subsidies, and when subsidies exist, then inefficiencies come in the system. So subsidies means that to help a small section of people, we are taxing a whole population. We are taxing. Therefore, the government wants to reduce the subsidies. So how that is being achieved in agriculture, in the power sector, I can tell you the experience of Haryana. In Haryana, the subsidies for electricity, which is used to pump water out of the ground, क्योंकि ट्यूबवेल से पानी चाहिए खेतों में पानी देने के लिए, so all that electricity is pumped through the electricity based tubewells, also through diesel based gensets. Diesel gensets also pump out water. क्योंकि बिजली is erratic in rural areas, so people install their diesel gensets. Government has come out with a scheme of solar panels which will power the motors, which will take out water from the ground. That is the Prime Minister's Kusum scheme. Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Uthan Mahayojana. So they have these big names of schemes. So in Kusum scheme, what happens that if there is a 10 HP motor, so we will replace it with a efficient motor. We will provide the solar panels. We will provide all the structure, circuitry, everything. The cost is about 4 lakh rupees. There is a 75% subsidy on that. So 3 lakh is given by the government and 1 lakh is only taken from the farmers. So farmer is just paying 1 lakh rupees, 25%, and he is getting a clean energy, reliable energy. क्योंकि अभी grid पे rely नहीं करना है. Whenever sun is there, he is getting that energy, and he doesn't have to go out in the night. क्योंकि अभी रात में पानी आ रहा है तो पानी लगाने के लिए रात में जाते थे. अभी रात में नहीं जाना है, only because sun is there in the daytime. So daytime water is coming there, and once you have spent that 1 lakh rupees, 25 years के लिए आपका पानी free. You are not depending on anyone, nor on the government, nor on your neighbors, nor on anyone else. This scheme has been so popular. In fact, last to last year, 2019-20, Haryana installed 15,000 such pumps. Then in 2021, we installed 22,000 pumps. So with 37,000 of these pumps, more than 2.5 megawatts of electricity is saved. अभी आप देखिए 2.5 मेगावाट का if you install a power plant, 1 मेगावाट को लगाने में 4 crores लगता है. That much of capital cost you have saved, and if you give electricity to one tube well, it is 1 lakh rupees per annum. अगर आप 15,000 tube well लगा रहे हैं, तो आपने 150 crores rupees you have saved in 1 year. And this saving is every year. And as the number of these tube wells grows, this saving will keep increasing. And that subsidy which you were giving 1 lakh per tube well per year, that subsidy is gone. अभी देना ही नहीं है आपको. So earlier what was happening that agriculture you are giving free electricity, but in urban areas you are charging very high rates because the cost has to be met for the generating companies. So this is a win-win situation. Environment is clean, cost of electricity is coming down, and farmers are getting free electricity, almost free, because बस एक बार ही देना है. And the aim of doubling the income of farmers वो भी आपका हो रहा है. Because Haryana में there are more than about 3 lakh tube wells which are running on diesel sets. तो कितना डीजल उनमें खर्च हो रहा है? Not only cost of the farmer, but also the environmental loss which is happening. Another good thing which has happened is, I don't know how many of you will be connected with what I'm saying, but there is a lot of air pollution. ये तो सभी को affect करता है air pollution. And of course there are many factors which contribute to air pollution, vehicular traffic and other things. But one of the major factors is the burning of the paddy straw. जो पराली को जलाते हैं, and mostly it happens in Haryana, Punjab, Western UP. In these areas. So government has formulated a scheme whereby compressed biogas can be made out of this paddy straw. So this paddy straw is fed into digesters, और वो digesters उसको chemically process करके they make the compressed biogas (CBG), which is just like CNG. It's a fuel which can be used in petrol pumps में वो use हो सकता है. So Indian we means our renewable energy department signed a MOU with Indian Oil Corporation that these CBG will be purchased by IOC at 46 rupees a kg. So IOC is purchasing at 46 rupees a kg that CBG, and entrepreneur is getting his profit. He is buying the paddy straw from the farmer. Farmer को वो paddy straw का पैसा दे रहा है. So farmer is getting money for that. Therefore, he is not burning. Or CBG is a clean fuel. You are getting a clean fuel. That also will contribute to reducing the pollution. So we have about 30 lakh tons of paddy straw which is burnt in Haryana. And the ban which we have formulated will be using about 17 to 18 lakhs of paddy straw. More than half will be consumed here. Plus, we have also encouraged other industries to use this paddy straw in boilers. So, coal use करते हैं. So we have said that a certain portion of the fuel you can use paddy straw also. Coal power plants के अंदर भी paddy straw is being used. NTPC is already using it. Our Haryana Power Generation Corporation has also started using it. So these steps will introduce sustainability in our environment, which we all talk about that in climate change we have to take it to 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. These are all the ways to stop that emission going into the atmosphere. And the last point is about the electric vehicles. You must have heard about the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, same policy, which incidentally the Heavy Ministry is also implementing. So, in the COP27 recently, yesterday, one of the companies of Government of India, CESL, they have given out a tender of 50,000 e-buses. So, a lot of cities in India will have local transportation of e-buses. And one bus consumes almost 3 to 4 cars equivalent fuel. So that will be a big push. So given all these steps, I think we are well on the way to achieving our target below what we have promised. That vision of Prime Minister, I think, will be achieved before than what we planned. But of course, all this looks very rosy and good. But the crux of the matter is that there are a large number of players which are involved in all these outcomes. Everyone has a role to play. The government has to create that environment, that infrastructure, that business-friendly atmosphere. And the academicians have to come up with the research. The Professor Bhim Singh in IIT Delhi is one of the pioneers in research in solar energy. He has so much of patents he has in solar wafer, solar cells. There are a number of such academic institutions which are doing very good work. Without those research innovations, we cannot dream of these targets. And then, of course, the NGOs, which have to connect the people with the industry, with the academicians, with the general public, whereby the awareness of the sustainability that has to be maintained. So I'm very happy that Shikhar has brought together a number of stakeholders in their conferences. And I'm sure that once we recognize the efforts which have been made by various sections of the society, we will be well ahead on our goal, where India can take the rightful place in the Committee of Nations. So I thank you again for inviting me here and being a part of the sessions. Thank you so much.
A pessimistic always complains about the wind, while an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. And we are here to appreciate such optimistic, sustainable leaders through the 10th National CSR Summit. I would request the dignitaries to honor the awardees. Our first awardee is Mr. Manish Bandlish, Managing Director, Mother Dairy. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Wholly owned subsidiary, the National Dairy Development Board, under Operation Flood. It was an initiative under Operation Flood, a dairy development program aimed at making India a milk-sufficient nation. Mother Dairy sources a significant part of its requirement of liquid milk from dairy cooperative and village-level farmer-centric organizations. The company originally focused on Delhi and other parts of the National Capital Region and has 1,500 milk booths and 300 supple outlets in the market. It later expanded to the other regions in India. It currently sells milk products under Mother Dairy brand and fresh fruits and vegetables through 400 supple outlets and frozen vegetable pulses and honey under supple brand and manufactures and markets edible oils under the Dhara.
Respected dignitaries on the stage and friends, it's a very great privilege to be recognized. It's not a work of Manish Bandlish, but the Mother Dairy as an organization being recognized for the sustainability and the work we do on a regular basis. As we all know, Mother Dairy is a household name, which is in existence for almost 48 years now. And it's a wholly owned subsidiary of National Dairy Development Board. Our commitment to farmers and to quality and overall sustainable growth remains unquestioned. As an organization, we are absolutely committed to serve the nation and also to serve the environment in whichever way possible. We keep on innovating, we keep on finding solutions which affect our society. On a regular basis, I'm sure many of you or most of you must have seen our token milk initiative, which was launched 40 years back. I think Mother Dairy was ahead of its times when this particular initiative was launched. On an annual basis, we save around 700 tons of plastic. As an extended producer responsibility, we ensure that the amount of plastic that we consume is picked up from various markets. At the end of this year, we expect to complete more than 10,000 tons of plastic being picked up from the market. In terms of initiatives, we keep on innovating in terms of replacing plastic with various other initiatives and sustainable solutions. So we remain committed. Thank you again for recognizing our efforts and all the best.
Our second awardee is Enactus Jamia Millia Islamia. Project Srimati Enactus GMI's flagship project emerged as the winner of the Enactus Global Race for the Climate Action Impact at the 2022 Enactus World Cup on 3rd November 2022 for demonstrating the greatest impact on reducing the adverse effects on the climate. Among 90 entries and 16 countries, passing an independent judging panel of approximately 60 eminent subject matter experts, Enactus alumni and sponsor employees Project Srimati was acclaimed as the innovation whose impact was the most profound when it came to climate action. Give a huge round of applause for Enactus. In June earlier this year, Enactus JMI qualified as the top 5 global finalists and was now virtually represented by 4 students of Jamia Millia Islamia, Gaurav Chakrabarti, Manal Siddiqui, Maham Kamal, and Izeen Fatima at the Enactus World Cup of organized in Puerto Rico, USA from Gurugram from the October 31st November 3rd. For their respective projects, scaling the winning team is to receive impactful capital as the prize fund. Please share your valuable thoughts with us.
A very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you so much to all the dignitaries present here. We are an active Jamia Millia Islamia student organization. We have been in function since 2015. Long before I joined the university, and Dr. Khan Shri was our faculty advisor, and he has been mentoring us since then. And it is under his guidance that we have done all that we have done till now. We have our flagship project, Project Srimati, wherein we manufacture reusable sanitary napkins. And through the same, we are achieving a change that we want to deliver. Essentially replacing plastic pads while also increasing safe menstrual practices in the entire of India, because only 36% of the entire female demographic has access to sanitary pads. So that is a core area where we work in. Apart from that, we participated in the World Cup Championship, the Race for Climate Action, wherein we had the honor to represent our country, and we could see our national flag going up the stage and the name of India written all over. So that was something, I don't know, a moment for a lifetime, I would say, because not everybody has been able to experience it. Of course, we wish that everybody does, but this is just the beginning for us. We are, of course, here to stay. We plan to increase more products. We plan to impact the climate as we can, because we have been in the climate action for quite some time. And we are impacting 13 of the 17 SDGs right now. We of course plan to progress and develop. So that is our story. We are students of Jamia Millia Islamia, and we hope to continue doing this. Thank you so much, everybody.
Our third awardee is Mr. Dio Shankar Tripathi, CEO and MD, Aadhar Housing Finance Corporation Limited, National CSR Award. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Mr. Dio Shankar is not present here with us today. So on behalf of him, Mr. Rahul will receive the award. Shri Dio Shankar Tripathi is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of our company. He holds a bachelor's and master's degree in science from Lucknow University and has cleared the examination for a diploma in public administration from Awadh University. He has also passed the associate examination of the Indian Institute of Bankers and has completed various certificate courses, including international study tour on energy efficiency in residential buildings. Our fourth awardee is GAIL India Private Limited, Mr. M.K. Sogani, CGM CSR GAIL. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? GAIL is a vertically integrated gas company. It carries out processing, transmission, and marketing of gas. transmission of liquefied petroleum gas, regasification of liquefied natural gas, and production and marketing of petrochemicals. The company also has presence in CNG and city gas distribution operations. GAIL also delivers diversified its presence to exploration and production of oil and gas, solar and wind power generation. The company serves industrial, commercial, and domestic customers through a network of owned pipelines. It has operational presence in India, Singapore, and the US. The company's headquarters is in New Delhi, India. I would like to request sir to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you for the recognition. About GAIL, she had already shared, we are having about 70% in India, and we are having even global presence in gas. And in CSR, we are supporting who need the most, and we are empowering communities to make them sustainable. Thank you. Thank you for it.
Our fifth awardee is Haryana Department of New and Renewable Energy, Government of Haryana, Dr. Hanif Qureshi. Give a huge round of applause for him, please. The sun has been worshipped as a life giver to our planet since ancient times. The industrial ages gave us the understanding of sunlight as energy source. India is endowed with vast solar energy potential. About 5,000 trillion per year energy is incident over India's land area, with most parts receiving 4.7 per square meter day. I would request Mr. Nadine sir to please come forward.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। सबसे पहले सभी गेस्ट का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि वो तशरीफ लाए। मेरे सिर्फ काम इस वक्त इतना है कि हमारे साथ जो भी ये 10th नेशनल CSR समिट है, और मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है, बल्कि गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि ये सफर 2013 में शुरू हुआ था, और जब कॉर्पोरेट बिल इंडिया में फर्स्ट टाइम लॉन्च हुआ 2013 अगस्त में, तो हम IICA के पहले NGO पार्टनर थे इंडिया में, और फर्स्ट टाइम हमने वेरी नेक्स्ट मंथ नेशनल CSR समिट रेहान सर और आदित्य सर और जो हमारी टीम थी उसकी ये प्लान किया कि हम इसको शुरू कर दें, क्योंकि हम पहली NGO होंगे जो बिल आने के बाद इसको हम कर पाएंगे। ये नहीं पता था कि इतना लंबा सफर होगा, और आज हम 10वां जो समिट है अपना हमने किया, और वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर है, जो इस वक्त सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक है पूरे वर्ल्ड में। सस्टेनेबल गोल्स के ऊपर बात हो रही है, हर डिपार्टमेंट हर चीज को सस्टेन करने की बात होती है। तो अच्छा है कि जो 10 साल हम पूरे कर रहे हैं, ये सफर हमारा बहुत अच्छा रहा और सब लोगों का साथ रहा। UN ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट का मैं सबसे पहले शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। साथ में जिस काम के लिए मुझे बुलाया गया है कि हमारे सपोर्ट पार्टनर जो इस समिट को करने में हमारी हमेशा मदद करते हैं, हमारे साथ रहते हैं, मैं चाहता हूं कि हम उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करें। और वैदिक सर और हनीफ सर यहाँ मौजूद हैं, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि वो अपने हाथ से उनको मेमेंटो प्रेजेंट करें। सबसे पहले मैं 10 न्यूज जो हमारा सबसे पहले ऑनलाइन नेशनल पोर्टल है, गजानन माली साहब उसको ओन करते हैं, तालियों से उनका स्वागत करें। ये सारे जितने भी लोग आएंगे ये सब सेल्फ सस्टेन है, सबसे अच्छी बात ये है। और मैं सुगानी सर से भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि सर आप प्लीज ज्वाइन करें।
प्यार से बोल रहा हूँ, आपको लग रहा है तो थोड़ा सा
No, no, not a good tone. Seriously.
मिस्टर दिलशाद सॉफ्टकॉन एलिवेटर्स, ये इंडिया की पहली ऐसी कंपनी है जो अपना एलिवेटर्स खुद बनाते हैं, यानी जो लिफ्ट हम लोग यूज करते हैं। मिस्टर दिलशाद सॉफ्टकॉन एलिवेटर। जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया कि इंडिया में पहले लिफ्ट बनाने वाली कंपनी है जो 100% अपना प्रोडक्शन खुद करती है। मिस्टर फरीद रॉयल डिजिटल स्टूडियो, पिछले 21 सालों से जो भी शिखर ने काम किया है वो सारा संजो कर रखा है फरीद साहब ने। जगदीश बीज है आप? थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। और अब इससे पहले कि हम वैदिक सर को अपने स्पीच के लिए दावत दें, डिसाइड कर लें, जगदीश भी साहब सर, एक हमारे साथी रह गए थे बाहर थे। शिक्षक कल्याण फाउंडेशन एजुकेशन बिल पे, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पे जो इतना काम हो रहा है आजकल, और अवेयरनेस पे सर सबसे ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं जगदीश जी साहब। और लगातार जो है एजुकेशन को अच्छा करने की, खासतौर पे जो टीचर्स की प्रॉब्लम है ऑल ओवर इंडिया, उसको खत्म करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट के साथ काफी कोऑर्डिनेशन चल रहा है। मैं गुजारिश करूंगा अपने फाउंडर मेंबर जनाब आदित्य गुलियाल साहब से कि हमारे बीच हमारे जो इम्पोर्टेंट गेस्ट हनीफ कुरैशी साहब मौजूद हैं, उनको हम सब की तरफ से मेमेंटो और शॉल प्रेजेंट करके ऑनर करें। तालियों में बिल्कुल कंजूसी आप मत करिएगा, क्योंकि उसके बाद हम वैदिक साहब को सुनेंगे, लिविंग लेजेंड। और मैं गुजारिश करूंगा अपनी आदित्य सर और रेहान सर से और हनीफ सर से कि वो वैदिक साहब को हम सबकी तरफ से मेमेंटो प्रेजेंट करें। सर आप आए इतनी दूर से चल के, हमारे लिए ये बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। सीनियर मोस्ट जर्नलिस्ट है, एमिनेंट जर्नलिस्ट है, और इस वक्त इंडिया में सबसे सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट है। और अगर वैदिक साहब का अगर इतिहास पढ़ने की हमारी तो क्षमता नहीं है, ना हमारी इतनी हैसियत है, लेकिन बस आपको ये बता दें कि लाइन यहीं से शुरू होके और यहीं खत्म होती है। और आज आप जितने भी 200 से 300 पेपर में जो आर्टिकल्स जाते हैं वो सर के रोज आते हैं। आपको कभी कोई भी न्यूज़पेपर उठा के देखिए तो आपको उसमें वो आर्टिकल मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। और हमारे बीच दीपक तनवर जी भी हैं जो सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हैं, वो हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं। वेलकम सर। और मैं अब ज्यादा समय ना लेते हुए वैदिक सर से।
सॉरी फॉर द इंटरप्शन, मुझसे रहा नहीं गया, हनीफ साहब ने पराली का जिक्र कर दिया। आई मस्ट टेल यू वी वर द फर्स्ट वन जिन्होंने पराली प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया। दैट वाज, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर, 19th of October 2017 in Khullar Majri village in Patiala. And best part was this, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने 2018 में अपनी उस स्पीच में इसका जिक्र किया। हम लोगों को बड़ा गर्व महसूस हुआ क्योंकि सर ने ये पॉइंट छेड़ा तो मुझे याद आ गया, क्योंकि अभी हमने पिछले महीने उसकी 5th एनिवर्सरी मनाई। तो मैंने मेरे से रहा नहीं गया, मैं बीच बीच में आ रहा था, मैंने कहा लोगों को ये जरूर बताऊं कि पराली हमने शुरू किया प्रोजेक्ट पंजाब में, फिर उसके बाद 11 गांव, इस समय तो हम बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में कर रहे हैं, बट वी वर द पायनियर्स। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू आदित्य भाई। एक छोटा सा काम रह गया था बीच में, क्योंकि एंड चल रहा है और उसके बाद क्योंकि कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो सकती जब प्रिसाइड एड्रेस हो जाता है, तो मैं अपनी टीम से जिन्होंने इस 10 साल को पूरा करने में हमारी मदद की उसको आपको इंट्रोड्यूस कराया। हमारे कुछ टीम मेंबर्स ऐसे हैं जो लगातार इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को कराने के लिए जो 1.5 से 2 महीने की पूरी मेहनत होती है उसको करते हैं। तो मैं सबसे पहले महेंद्र को दावत दूंगा, जो हमारे कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं, जो चीजों को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में हमारी मदद करते हैं। महेंद्र सर जल्दी से आ जाइए। मिस्टर महेंद्र, ये हमारे स्कूल में जो है बच्चों को कोऑर्डिनेशन। और मैं वैदिक सर से प्लीज गुजारिश करूंगा कि सर एक कुछ है तो नहीं, लेकिन एक सस्टेनेबल मॉडल हमारे पास है, वो हम देना चाहेंगे। पेपर बैग का हमारे यहाँ सर एक प्रोजेक्ट चलता है, जो बैग्स आपके पास हैं, जो इस वक्त पार्टिसिपेंट के पास हैं, क्योंकि जब भी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में जाइए तो बड़े खूबसूरत गिफ्ट्स होते हैं, लेकिन हमारे पास जो चीजें होती हैं वो हैंडमेड और मैन मेड होती हैं और हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन द्वारा बनाई गई होती हैं। तो मैं खान मैडम ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को लीड किया इस बार स्कूल में, तो मैं उनको भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो स्टेज पे आए। और मैं वैदिक सर से फिर गुजारिश करूंगा सर प्लीज आप अपने और हम लोग द्वारा जो है मूवमेंट जो है पेश करें। हमारी स्टेट सेक्रेटरी जो कर्नाटका में है, वो बेंगलोर से चल के स्पेशली आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए आई है, गीता सूरतलाल मैम। गीता मैम प्लीज आप स्टेज पे तशरीफ लाएं। गीता मैडम की खासियत यह है कि ये रिटायर्ड एम्प्लॉय है कैनरा बैंक की, लेकिन आप कन्नड़ फिल्मों में अक्सर इनको देखा करेंगे। नेटफ्लिक्स पे बाकायदा इनकी इस वक्त सीरीज चल रही है, वहां की एक्टर है, स्टेज एक्टर है, ड्रामा थिएटर से जुड़ी हुई। हमारे इस समिट की कोऑर्डिनेटर जो पिछले तकरीबन 6 सालों से समिट को कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही हैं, अनम सिद्दीकी, मैं चाहूंगा कि उनको भी और वो शॉल, मैं अनिल सर से भी गुजारिश करूंगा प्लीज। ये टीम वर्क है, प्लीज आप जोरदार तालियों से, क्योंकि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कोऑर्डिनेट करना, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कराना एक बड़ा काम है, और आज हम अपने 10 साल इसमें पूरे किए हैं हमने। अब मैं आपके सामने गुजारिश करूंगा वैदिक सर से कि वो आए और हमें दुआएं दें, अपने विचार हमारे सामने रखें। ये मैं आपसे लोगों से गारंटी दे सकता हूं इस बात की कि जब आप वैदिक सर को सुनेंगे तो बस आप सुनेंगे, और ये आपके लिए एक लाइफ टाइम जो अचीवमेंट होता है कि आपने क्या क्या चीजें करी लाइफ में, तो आप एक दिन ये भी कहेंगे कि हमने वैदिक सर को सुना है। तो मैं तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से सर का वेलकम करता हूँ। सर स्टेज पे तशरीफ लाएंगे।
मंच पर विराजमान सभी महानुभाव, उपस्थित देवियों एवं सज्जनों, मुझे तो पहली बार पता चला कि इतना अच्छा सम्मान समारोह आप करते हैं। ये देश को बनाने वाले लोग अपने अपने क्षेत्र में एकदम नया काम करना और उससे करोड़ों लोगों को लाभ पहुंचाना, ये असाधारण काम है। और ऐसे लोग अपना प्रचार करवाने में बहुत ढीले होते हैं, अपने काम में ही एकदम मगन रहते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को चुनना, फिर उनको निमंत्रित करना, फिर उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करना कि आप आए कार्यक्रम में, और वो आपका निवेदन मान ले और आ जाए, तो कार्यक्रम में चार चांद लग जाते। तो ऐसे सब लोगों को मैं बहुत हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ जो आज यहाँ सम्मानित हुए हैं। और आपसे एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि भारत को 75 साल हो गए आजाद हुए। भारत के मुकाबले दुनिया के कई छोटे छोटे देश हैं। उन देशों में जाकर मैंने देखा है कि भारत से बहुत बाद में आजाद हुए और भारत से बहुत पिछड़े हुए थे, वो हमसे बहुत आगे निकल गए। आगे निकलने की दो वजूहात मुझे समझ में आती है, दो कारण हैं। पहला कारण है शिक्षा और दूसरा है चिकित्सा। शिक्षा से हमारे नागरिकों का मन मजबूत होता है, बुद्धि मजबूत होती है, प्रतिभा बलशाली होती है, और चिकित्सा से शरीर बलवान होता है। और चिकित्सा का मतलब सिर्फ दवा लेना नहीं, आसन प्राणायाम भी है। सेहत को बना के रखना है, दीर्घायुष्य होना है, उम्र ज्यादा हो और आखिर तक आदमी सक्षम रहे, किसी के भरोसे पर न जिए। ये जिस दिन भारत में शुरू हो जाएगा, मैं आपको दावे से कहता हूं कि दुनिया का कोई देश भारत के बराबर न तो संपन्न हो सकता है, न शक्तिशाली हो सकता है। पिछले 5 वर्ष में भारत में इस वक्त दुनिया में हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, इकोनॉमी 5वें स्थान पर है। 5-7 साल पहले वो 10वें 12वें स्थान पर थी। अभी हम लोग डिजिटल मामले में दुनिया में सबसे आगे। डिजिटल पेमेंट हिंदुस्तान में जिस कदर हो रहा है, अमेरिका में भी नहीं हो रहा है, यूरोप में भी नहीं हो रहा है। और अगर ये डिजिटल पेमेंट, मैंने आज ही लिखा है, एक बड़े अखबार में भास्कर में लेख छपा है, उसमें मैंने प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन किया है कि भाई ऐसा करो कि हम तो अंग्रेजी के कहते हो अंग्रेजी, रूसी कहोगे रूसी, फारसी कहोगे तो फारसी, जर्मन कहोगे तो जर्मन, सब में डिजिटल पेमेंट ले भी लेंगे और दे भी देंगे। लेकिन किसान बेचारा क्या करेगा, आदिवासी क्या करेगा, गांव का रहने वाला क्या करेगा? ये डिजिटल जितना काम है सब लोक भाषाओं में शुरू करो। एक तो लोक भाषाओं में शुरू करना, ताकि जो बिल्कुल आदमी पिछड़ा हुआ है, आखिरी में खड़ा है, लाइन के आखिरी में, वो भी डिजिटल लेन देन कर सके, इंटरनेट पे आई हर बात को समझ सके। एक काम तो ये करना, और दूसरा काम क्या करना कि दुनिया की जितनी भी खास खास जुबानें हैं, कम से कम 7-8 जुबानें, भाषाएं जो संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ में चलती है, यूनाइटेड नेशंस, कम से कम उनमें, बल्कि उनसे भी ज्यादा में। यानी मैं तो दुनिया के करीब 80 देशों में गया हूं अभी तक, और यूनाइटेड नेशंस में भी मुझे जाने का मौका मिला है, भाषण हुए हैं मेरे वहां। मेरा निवेदन ये है कि जब दुनिया के इतने लोग बैठे हों किसी हॉल में, तो कुछ इंतजाम ऐसा होना चाहिए कि मैं एक जुबान में बोलूं और 10 जुबान में उनका तर्जुमा होता जाए, अनुवाद होता जाए। अगर ये सुविधा भारत सरकार पैदा कर दे तो सारी दुनिया भारत की पिछलग्गू हो जाएगी। भारत सबसे आगे चलेगा, सारी दुनिया हमारे पीछे चलेगी। ये काम सरकार करेगी तब करेगी। लेकिन आप लोग जो यहाँ विराजमान हैं, आप लोग जो सम्मानित हुए हैं, आप में से कई लोग इस बीड़े को उठा लें तो सरकार से भी जल्दी काम कर सकते हैं। और शिक्षा के बारे में बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, समय बहुत ज्यादा हो गया है, बातें तो मेरे पास बहुत है कहने के लिए। आप ये देखें कि सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के पहले तक छोटे छोटे देश, हॉलैंड, फ्रांस भी छोटे ही, अमेरिका के मुकाबले, भारत के मुकाबले, हमारे किसी सूबे से भी छोटा है, फ्रांस से भी छोटा है, लेकिन अमेरिका के बड़े से बड़े आदमी, वहां के राष्ट्रपतियों के बेटे पोते और वहां के करोड़पतियों अरबपतियों के बेटे पोते पढ़ने के लिए कहाँ आते थे? लंदन आते थे, बॉन आते थे, हाइडलबर्ग आते थे, पेरिस आते थे। और आज क्या हाल है? सारी दुनिया के बच्चे, हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे, चीनी भी, सब के सब अमेरिका जाते हैं। क्यों जाते हैं? सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद सबसे ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर किसी देश ने किसी क्षेत्र में किया है तो वो शिक्षा का मामला है। अगर आपके लोग तालीम याफ्ता हैं, अगर उनमें खोजबीन करने की, अनुसंधान करने की, रिसर्च करने की ताकत है, तो दुनिया में कोई उनका मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता है। और भारत के लोग आप देखिए क्या कमाल के हैं। आप विदेशों में जाइए, किसी भी मुल्क, सबसे मालदार लोग, सबसे ज्यादा सभ्य लोग, सबसे ज्यादा अपराध मुक्त लोग, क्रिमिनलिटी कम से कम है, कौन है वो लोग? किसी भी देश में जाइए, भारतीय लोग हैं। इससे बड़े गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है कि हमारे भारतीय लोग मुट्ठी भर किसी देश में हों। आज तो आप जाएं सऊदी अरब, आप जाएं यूएई, तो देखिए आपको लगेगा कि हम दिल्ली में ही आ गए। दुबई में घूमे तो लगेगा दिल्ली में ही आ गए। और वहां सबसे महंगी कारें किनके पास है, सबसे बेहतरीन घर किनके पास है, सबसे बड़े बड़े कारखाने किनके पास है? आपके लोगों के पास। अगर उन लोगों को, मुट्ठी भर लोगों को, सिर्फ 2% लोगों को तालीम अच्छी मिली, परवरिश अच्छी मिली, तो दूसरी दुनिया में जाके भारत का डंका बजा रहे हैं। अगर भारत के 90% लोगों को, 98% लोगों को वही तालीम मिलने लगे, वही सेहतमंदी के सब गुण मिलने लगे, तो दुबई तो दिल्ली दुबई बन जाएगा, ये दिल्ली न्यूयॉर्क बन जाएगा। और दिल्ली नहीं, हमारे छोटे मोटे गांव भी बहुत शानदार, मालदार, ताकतवर शहरों की तरह बन जाएंगे। तो ये काम तभी होगा कि जब आप जैसे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं वो मन में संकल्प कर लें। और हमारे भाई ये शिखर संस्था जो है वो ऐसे लोगों को बुला के सम्मान करे। इसलिए सम्मान समारोह में आके मैं बहुत आनंदित हूँ, बहुत गौरवान्वित हूँ, और मुझे विश्वास है कि ये बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर फैलेगा और देश के एक से एक प्रतिभाशाली योगदान करने वालों को हर साल सम्मानित करेगा। आप सबको बधाई, नमस्कार।
प्रिसाइड वो हो गया, उसके बाद प्लीज। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप सब लोगों को सर के द्वारा दिए गए जो भी विचार हैं वो जरूर पसंद आए होंगे। और जो डायरेक्शन सर की होती हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस के साथ हैं, तो हमें उन बातों को मानना है और उस पर आगे बढ़ना है। अब क्योंकि वोट ऑफ थैंक्स होना है तो मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। सबसे पहले यूएन ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट का कि जिन्होंने 10 साल पहले एक ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को चुना जो एक एनजीओ है, और एनजीओ सेक्टर में बहुत सारे लोग काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन हमारी पार्टनरशिप पहले रही, सबसे पहले उन्होंने अप्रूवल दिया। उसके लिए मैं उनका धन्यवाद करता हूँ, क्योंकि टीम बहुत सुबह से आई हुई थी, वो लोग अभी चले गए। साथ ही साथ रेहान सर और आदित्य सर का, क्योंकि 10वें साल का ये मौका है, तो मैं ऐसा कोई भी चीज नहीं छोड़ना चाहता जिसमें कोई चीज बच जाए। क्योंकि हमेशा जो सबसे अच्छा मतलब होता है ना, जब आप चीजें शुरू करते हैं तो परेशानियां होती हैं, कैसे करना है, क्या करना है, तो उसमें रेहान सर सबसे आगे होते हैं, जिनको मैं सबसे ज्यादा परेशान करता हूँ। आदित्य भाई जो हमेशा हमारे साथ रहे, और ये जो सफर है 21 सालों का पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, ये इन लोगों के बगैर मुमकिन नहीं था। साथ ही साथ जो कुछ लोग यहाँ आज नहीं आए हैं, वीरेंद्र सहवाग आज न्यूजीलैंड में इत्तेफाक से, पिछले साल भी वो जब फाइनल था T20 वर्ल्ड कप का 13 नवंबर हम लोगों ने इसी हॉल में इसी कैंपस में सेलिब्रेट किया, वो नहीं आ पाए, लेकिन विशेष हमेशा वो हमें देते हैं। बहुत सारे मैसेजेस हैं लेकिन क्योंकि टाइम ज्यादा हो गया इस वक्त चलाना मुनासिब, तो मैं उन सभी लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं जिन्होंने इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को यहाँ तक लेके आए, और साथ ही साथ उन सभी लोगों का कि जो लोग अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल कर हमारे इन्विटेशन को कबूल करते हैं। जैसे वैदिक सर ने बताया कि पहले आप बुलाइए, फिर वो आपको रिक्वेस्ट करिए, और वो अगर आ जाते हैं तो इससे बड़ी बात आपके लिए कुछ नहीं होती। तो आज तकरीबन हमारे पास 42 जो पर्सनैलिटीज थी ऑल ओवर इंडिया से यहाँ पर आई इस कैंपस के अंदर, और सबने अपने विचार रखे, डिस्कशंस हुए, पैनल डिस्कशन हुए, और जो हमारे गेस्ट ने हम लोगों को गाइडलाइन दी है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था अभी जो कुछ सीईओज आए हुए थे वही कह रहे यार मेरे यहाँ तो इस कंपनी में तो हमने तो ये काम कभी किया ही, तो पता चला कि वो बेंगलोर से थे। तो बेंगलोर से और कश्मीर में क्या हो रहा है, बांग्लादेश में क्या हो रहा है, तो इस तरह के जो इवेंट्स हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं हम एक दूसरे को जोड़ रहे हैं, और हम जो है एक कम्युनल हार्मनी वाली फीलिंग भी लेके आ रहे हैं कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर इंडिया लेवल से सब लोग आके यहाँ मिल रहे हैं। और कई लोग तो ऐसे थे जो 10-10-15 साल बाद जो है आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के जरिए मिले। तो ये जो विचार और जो आज डिस्कशन हुए हैं इनका जरूर आउटपुट आएगा, और जो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए है उसमें हम जरूर अपना रोल प्ले करेंगे। तो मैं एक बार फिर सबका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, और खासतौर पे इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर की जो हमारी टीम है जो यहाँ खड़ी हुई है और जो हमें सपोर्ट करती है हमेशा, मैं उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि हमें ये वेन्यू मिलता है और हम बहुत अच्छे से अपनी चीजों को कर पाते हैं। हनीफ सर आपका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और मुझे अभी आ रहा हूँ क्योंकि हनीफ सर को मुझे लगता है पहला मोमेंटो जो है, जब अभी ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी बने तो पहला मोमेंटो जो है हम दे पा रहे हैं, तो हमें बड़ी खुशी है इस बात की सर। और आपकी सरपरस्ती हमेशा हमारे साथ रहती है। जैसे सुबह बात हुई थी कि जामिया एलुमनस आज कैंपस में बहुत सारे हैं, इनॉग्रेशन सेरेमनी में मिनिस्टर से लेके और सिविल सर्वेंट तक के जो तो जामिया के थे, और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि हनीफ सर भी जामिया एलुमनी है, ये हमारे लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है। तो उसके बाद में दिल्ली स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी जो पिछले 2 सालों से हमारे साथ जुड़ी है, नॉलेज पार्टनर है, और जिनकी वजह से हम इतने अच्छे तरीके से अच्छे टॉपिक्स को लेके जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करा पा रहे हैं। तो रेहान सर आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और आपकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जो सुबह से इस कैंपस में आए हैं, और कामना मैडम भी शायद यहाँ कहीं होंगी। थैंक यू मैम, आपको भी बहुत परेशान किया क्योंकि मैडम ने सेशन चेयर के लिए हमें शिफ्ट किया 2 दिन पहले ही, तो बहुत सारी तैयारियां कर। तो आप सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, कॉर्पोरेट से आए हुए सभी मेंबर्स का, और पिछले 10 सालों में जिन लोगों ने हमें सपोर्ट किया, हमें यहाँ पर ऑब्लाइज किया आने के बाद और इन्विटेशन को हमारे एक्सेप्ट किया, उन सबका शुक्रिया। क्योंकि आज की डेट में जो टाइम कीमती है इतनी दूर चल के आना अपने आप में बड़ी बात है, तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और मैं आप लोगों से चाहूंगा कि आप खाने पर तशरीफ ले चले क्योंकि टाइम थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया है। और वैदिक सर से मैं 1 सेकंड और चाहूंगा कि हमारे 2 बच्चे रह गए, क्योंकि ये जो बॉटल्स आप देख रहे हैं, हनीफ सर आपकी भी तवज्जो चाहूंगा, ये 10,000 बॉटल्स हम रिसाइकिल कर रहे हैं। ये सोडा की बॉटल्स हैं जो डिफरेंट जगह से हम लोग कलेक्ट करते हैं, और ये बच्चे हमारे सेंटर्स पे खुद बनाते हैं जो आज हमने गिफ्ट किए। तो ये निशा मलिक जो है, ये हमारी जो उम्दा अकेडमी चलती है दिल्ली पुलिस पब्लिक लाइब्रेरी का आउटरीच प्रोग्राम है, उसको हेल्प करती है। तो निशा ने इसको प्रोजेक्ट को हेड कर रही है। ये बॉटल्स जो इतनी खूबसूरत आज आप देख रहे हैं, ये हाथ की बनी हुई है हमारे सेंटर्स की। और हमारे न्यूली एक वॉलंटियर है जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सबसे ज्यादा भागदौड़ की है, मैं चाहूंगा वो भी आए। अरीब जो है गवर्नमेंट बॉयज स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं और इन्होंने अभी शिखर ज्वाइन किया है। और ये जो है अपना अरीब, आइए जल्दी से। अरीब दौड़ के आइए, अरीब के लिए जोरदार तालियां। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट काम होता है किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रिंटिंग का, जो आज आप हैंडबिल्स और ये सब देख रहे हैं। वेरी गुड। आज के हमारे 2 वॉलंटियर्स और इजीन और कुलविंदर, जिन्होंने आज सुखजीवन कौर, जिन्होंने आज हमारी एंकरिंग करी। जल्दी से आ जाइए प्लीज। सुखजीवन। नहीं है? अच्छा चलिए कोई बात नहीं। तो बस मैं गुजारिश करूँगा सर, एक ग्रुप फोटो यहाँ पे करवा देना। सुगानी सर प्लीज, वर्मा सर प्लीज आइए, ग्रुप फोटो के लिए। सुखजीवन आ जाओ। बस सर एक फोटो है उस। सुगानी सर प्लीज आप जरा सुखजीवन को प्लीज आइए। जोरदार तालियां हमारी एग्जाम आज की, और जोश के साथ हम आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस को यही खत्म करते हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
सर, आप आ गए। वॉलंटियर्स आ जाओ सर,
आगे से आ जाओ। अब आप लोग
DSU टीम, कैन यू जॉइन अस प्लीज?
प्लीज आप लोग लंच के लिए आ जाए। और इधर मैम प्लीज साहब आइए। पार्टनर
आप आ जाइए। हमारे ठीक है, सब लोग आ जाओ जल्दी। हाँ मैडम आइए, हाँ मैडम
Thank you.